Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had a Hidden Mentor? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. What was the man thinking? The boy had just been born. No name or family to speak of, no one was even sure where the child had come from. And no one who knew what he contained would have anything to do with him. The white-haired balding man sitting behind the desk looked at the child asleep in the basket in front of him, the seal still visible on his belly. There had already been an attempt on his life, a nurse whose care he had been put in for a moment, after the news that the Yondiame had been found dead, with the child in his arms, in the middle of the battlefield littered with the bodies of the other Leaf Neen. Traces of the Kyuubi's energy were still swirling around the child, so it was easy to guess what had happened. He could force a family to take him, but resentment for the only survivor of the great tragedy was already spreading through the ranks and city. He wished he could keep the child with him, but he was already in a precarious position. He had retaken the position of Hokage because there was no one else at the time, and it was necessary that they keep a strong face even after the great loss. He already had too much to deal with, and this child sleeping in front of him, skin on his thumb, was the greatest of all. An adoption home was the only choice that the Hokage could think of. He had already ordered a list of them from his secretary. In the morning he would find one, and make it law that the boy be treated as any other. Anyone who stepped against the child would have to face the most powerful Nin in the city. He looked at the whisker marks on his cheeks, wondering if they would disappear or grow with time, knowing that they would be a reminder to any who looked on him as to who he was. As he brushed a finger over the baby's cheek, and the boy opened his eyes for a moment. Their eyes locked, his aged gray-green eyes and the youthful brilliant blue. He presented the last thing he could ever give this child, because the law applied to him as well. Uzumaki Naruto, they will never know how great a hero you actually are. You have quite a future ahead of you. Don't disappoint me. He looked over at the other pictures of the previous Hokage. Or him, as he looked at the most recent. Then he looked back at the baby and found that he had already gone back to sleep. But the next few years were not filled with light and hope as the Hokage had desperately hoped for. More attempts were made on the boy's life until he had to assign 2 Umbu to guard over him in secret for anyone who would threaten his life. But the Umbu could only do so much, and they would watch on, as people slapped the boy out of their way, kicked him, verbally attacked him. There were stones and other things. The orphanage wasn't much better. He was always placed at the end of the line for food and was given the scrapings that were left. When he was picked on by the other children for his whisker marks, the adults did nothing to step in, but if he tried to fight back against them he was punished until he didn't fight back at all, just taking the blows and bruises that healed by morning, something he couldn't explain. The children, seeing the way he was treated by the adults, did everything they could to make the boy's life miserable. He was allowed no personal belongings, and anything he tried to keep was taken from him. He was dressed in old clothes that had been donated to the orphanage. He was forced to wear a set of bright orange clothes that no one had wanted, but he didn't care. In short, the boy was broken. He took refuge in libraries. Though he was never allowed to take the books out, he would find a corner and a book and start reading for hours and hours. It was the only time the boy ever smiled. When he took on the life of a knight or mage or Rurouni, but then when he had to put the book down, he remembered his life, and every time he found his heart broke a little more. No one looked out for him, only himself, but he felt something inside him, something trying to break out. It was angry and strong. But it wasn't angry at him, it was angry at everyone else, at the ones who did this to him, the ones who broke his spirit so long ago. One night when he was 10, Naruto was walking back from a bookstore. He had finally gathered up enough money to get something he had always wanted, a book of his own. It wasn't very big, just a small fantasy about a ninja that never gave up and never went back on his word, protecting the people of his village with everything he had because they were his precious people. He wanted to be like the man, he wanted to be strong and for people to at least smile at him once. It was then that he walked into a man and fell down, the book falling out of his hands. He was grabbed roughly and lifted into the air. "Watch where you're going, runt." The man was drunk, and took a moment to recognize the child he was holding up. The fox brat. The man smiled wickedly and punched the boy in the stomach. He was going to enjoy this. Naruto on the other hand just wanted to be left alone as he was dropped and crumpled to the ground, holding his belly, tears forming in his eyes. He looked over and saw the book on the ground. He reaches over with a trembling hand to get the book. Keep it safe, that was all he wanted. But the man didn't let him. He stepped on the boy's wrist, increasing the pressure until Naruto was whimpering in pain, but he refused to cry out. He knew that only meant more pain, but the man didn't stop there. He reaches down and picked up the book. What is this? Did you steal this? The man didn't care, so long as it gave him another reason to punish the boy. He looked in the title and was furious. What Naruto had thought was a fantasy book was not, it was The Young Life of the Yandere. In his fury, the man stopped down on the wrist and smiled at the satisfying snapping of bone and whimpering. I might have gone easier on you, but not now. You killed this man. Naruto didn't understand. He just wanted to be left alone. He wanted to go back to the orphanage that hated him and read the book by the moonlight. He was in so much pain. His wrist was broken, he was sure of it. He knew it would heal, but it didn't stop it from hurting so much. It wasn't the first time. He had been pushed down the stairs a few months ago and had ended up with a broken leg. It took 2 days to heal, but it did. The man was talking and kicking him in the stomach, but Naruto was fading out. He felt like he is falling. His eyes glazed over when he realized that no one was going to save him. Think that I'm trapped within such a weak body. Naruto heard the words, but he didn't understand. He opened his eyes and found himself standing in front of a large cage. He looked around confused. In here, boy, came the voice from the other side of the bars. A light shone and Naruto stepped back in shock. It was huge, larger than anything alive Naruto had ever seen before. The massive fox lay there, surrounded by his 9 tails, its head by the cage watching the boy with its red eyes. Am I dead? It was the only thing that he could think to explain this. He was standing shin deep in dirty water, dripping from rusted pipes that came out from the walls. The air was humid and the smell was bad and only just tolerable. No, and I plan to make sure that you don't end up that way. The voice was powerful and Naruto felt it shake him to his very core. I am the Kyuubi, sealed within your body because of the 4th Hokage's actions 10 years ago. Pictures flashed around Naruto showing him fragments of the Great Fox's memories, including one of a man riding a great toad into battle surrounded by ninja, all wearing the head protector of leaf. We will talk later, but for now you have a book to recover. There was a little amusement in the voice as red chakra slipped under the bars of the cage and swillied up around Naruto. Naruto felt a sharp pain in his belly as he opened his eyes and was kicked back into an ally wall. He was bruised and beaten, his leg felt like it might be fractured, and he had several broken ribs. The man was still angry, but he was a little worn out from just beating this kid around, but he wasn't going to stop anytime soon. Naruto coughed and spit up some blood. He started to struggle to his feet. So, you still want more, huh? Stupid brat. The man rushed at Naruto, who was leaning against the wall, his right wrist still broken, in quite a lot of pain, but as the man approached, Naruto felt something inside of him, power. As the man's fist came towards him, Naruto reaches up and caught it. He had done it in reaction, his small fingers grabbing the man's fist and not letting go. The man pulled back in an attempt to pull his hand from the boy's grip, but found his fist and the boy quite immovable. Naruto was surprised. The red energy was flowing through him. His ribs, leg, and wrist healed very quickly, and he felt the new power and strength that he had inside him. He knew what he had to do. He had to get his book back. He squeezed and pulled. The man's fingers broke under the pressure and he cried out in pain. But as he was pulled forward, he saw a red glow coming from the boy's other hand and his eyes grew wide in shock. Naruto's arm shot out when the man was in range, and his fist slammed into the middle of the man's chest as he let go of his other hand. The man was thrown back against the opposite wall of the alleyway. He coughed and tasted blood in his mouth, but he was in pain. Several of his ribs had cracked under the blow and he was having a very hard time breathing. Then he looked up and saw the small demon child walking towards him. He shook with fear at the look in his eyes. Naruto looked at the man in front of him. His senses had suddenly and greatly improved. He could see the look in the man's eyes, and he could smell it in his sweat, fear. As he stepped forward towards the man, he realized that it was not just hate that had been projected at him by the people of the village, it was also fear. "You don't hurt me," the man stuttered out, cradling his broken hand. He had never been so afraid in his life before now. Feeling the power that the small boy generated, nothing should have that much power, it shouldn't be allowed to exist. "Please. Don't hurt me." Naruto looked at the man, standing right in front of him. He leaned down and took the book that had fallen from his hand. He stood and looked up at the building, having sensed something watching them. But in truth he didn't care. He took his book and headed back to the orphanage, knowing that somehow, his life had just changed a great deal. One of the two Umbu who had been watching Naruto raced over the buildings towards the offices of the Hokage. He had to be told the boy had used the Kyuubi's power, something that shouldn't be possible. Things started to change immediately. After Naruto got back to the orphanage, he ran up to his room and sat down with his book in his favorite reading corner. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before some of the older bullies that picked on Naruto saw him with the book and decided to go have some fun. Kyuubi, the largest of the bullies, stood in front of Naruto, who was totally absorbed in the book and apparently hadn't noticed any of them. "Oi, shrimp, give me the book." He held out one beefy hand demanding the book, but he didn't get it. In fact, Naruto didn't even move, except to turn the page, his eyes intently on the page. Kyuubi was mad, no one ignored him, and he reached and snatched the book from Naruto. Naruto watched helplessly and Kyuubi took his book and tossed it to another of the bullies who looked at it and threw it to another. "My book, give me back my book," Naruto said in a small voice. He just wanted to sit and read. Why had they come and bothered him? "Oh, look, it talks," said Tsutomu, another of the bullies, holding the book up in front of Naruto, just out of his reach. They were surprised by how fast Naruto's hand snaked out to grab the book, but it was still out of his grasp and he couldn't get it. "Jump, shrimp, if you want the book." Tsutomu held the book as high as he could over Naruto's head, well out of his usual jumping range, but Naruto wasn't usual today. He jumped clear over the boy's head, grabbing the book as he went past. Landing on the other side, he ran up to his bed, wondering to himself what just happened. Naruto took out the book and looked at it. He then started to read again, forgetting about the bullies and instead reading about the yondaime, who was now becoming his hero. When Naruto fell asleep some hours later, he found himself back in front of the cage once again. He stood and bowed to the Kyuubi. "Thank you. Because of you I'm alive. I didn't think I was going to be." He was surprised when he heard the chuckle from the great fox. "Don't thank me yet. That man was just a drunk, a nobody, he wasn't even a shinobi. But you've now awakened to the power inside you, and things will change. And I will not have a weakling as my container, so you're going to learn and get stronger." The tone of voice said that he was very serious and, at the same time, a little amused. "Thank you, Kyuubi-sensei, but how will you teach me?" He wasn't afraid of the great beast at all, but he admired him, his strength, his power, his confidence. "Don't mock me, boy. I will teach you with my memories and instruct you on how to control your chakra. I will also give you skills that I had at the height of my power. You will become the greatest shinobi in the world." There was no doubt in Kyuubi's voice that he could do what he said. Even as good as the yondaime? His eyes were wide and hopeful. He had never had anything to look forward to before, and now he was told he was going to become a shinobi. Hope lit a fire in his heart. For the first time in a long time he smiled and nearly broke down in tears. He was so happy. Better than the yondaime, he learned from humans and had human power. "You're learning from me and you've got my power. It will take a long time, your body can't even handle a fraction of my power, but in time you will be able to hold and control it." He smirked. He was going to enjoy this. Naruto was going to become great, and when all was ready he would let loose Naruto to get the revenge that he had not been able to get due to his blind rage at the time, but he would get it when Naruto was ready. "When do I start?" asked an excited Naruto. "Now, you're too young for a technique yet, so we'll just work on gathering your chakra in your body and focusing it into your hands." And so it started. Naruto's sleeping form smiled as he learned. The next day brought even more changes. Naruto walked down to breakfast to find that everyone was keeping away from him. Apparently rumors were spreading about him. It hurt him to see that the people were afraid of him. But he brushed it off. Now he has a friend and a sensei, someone cared about him, and that's all that mattered to him. But one last piece of advice that Kyuubi had given him was that he should never ever tell what he was doing, and that he should never give away the skills that he has learned unless necessary. The best trick is the one they don't expect. And Naruto was forced to agree. Naruto was surprised when he was called to the office of the head of the orphanage. He walked into the office a bit hesitantly. Nothing good had ever come from that office. He opened the door and peeked around the bend. Mr. Chikyu, the head of the orphanage, was behind his desk, a folder on his desk. Uzumaki Naruto, since the beginning, you have been nothing but trouble since you got here, and now, thankfully, I can get rid of you. He moved the file over and pushed it off the desk and right into the trash can. It seems that someone is willing to put you up in an apartment. I have no idea who it is, and I say they are wrong in their judgment. I would toss you out on the street, but it seems I can't get everything. But there will be someone to show you a way today at noon. You are dismissed. Now Naruto knew that he had never caused trouble, but he was always blamed for whatever wrong that seemed to happen around him. But now he was being kicked out from the only place he could call home. But he had never been accepted, he had been the outcast. Now he was going to have his own place, but he was still unsure. He just stood there in front of the desk. Chikyu looked up at him angrily. Get out of my office, boy, you're not my problem anymore. And that was it. Naruto was out. He walked out and sat on one of the benches outside the orphanage. He reached into his jacket and pulled out the book. He opened it and started reading. As the hours passed, no one bothered the boy, absorbed in his book as he was. If he had looked, he would have seen that no one came within several feet of him. At one point, a mother had snatched up a child who had started to ask him what he was reading and hurried her away, her pale lavender eyes watching the boy over her mother's shoulder as she was rushed away. But Naruto noticed nothing of this. Around noon, a voice interrupted him. He looked up to see a woman with the head protector, symbolizing she is a shinobi of leaf. I asked, "Are you Uzumaki Naruto?" He nodded as he put the book inside his jacket. I've been hired to escort you to an apartment and present you with this key. She held out a key for him. He hesitated for a moment before reaching out and taking the key from her. All right, let's get this over with. I've got things to do. Then she muttered, like staying away from demon freaks. He started walking away through the crowd. He got up and followed her, depressed by her words but following just the same, almost having to run to keep up with her brisk pace. They got to the apartment building and the female Nin pointed to it. There you go, kid, second floor, I'm leaving now. And without a second glance back, she walked away. Naruto looked at the building and after reaching with one hand to feel the reassuring weight of the book inside his jacket, he walked up inside and to the second floor. He looked around for some sort of indication that one of the rooms was supposed to be his. He found it. A door with an envelope attached to it, his name on the envelope. He pulled down the envelope, waiting till he was inside to open it. The inside of the apartment wasn't that bad. The furniture was all second-hand, but not bad condition. He looked around carefully, just in case it was an ambush, but there was no one at all. He sat down on the couch that was against one wall and opened the envelope. Dear Naruto, I am sorry that I cannot be there to congratulate you on awakening your shinobi abilities, but I have other duties that I must attend to. Let this apartment be a congratulatory gift. You do not have to worry about the rent that has already been taken care of. As for money for food and other expenses, you will receive a letter once a week with enough money for your needs. The kitchen has already been stocked with food and you will find some money in your dresser drawer to start you out. Get some clothes of your own. In 2 weeks, a new semester at the Ninja Academy starts and you have already been enrolled. It is my wish that you go there and learn, become the greatest person you can become. Don't let me down. Your friend. Naruto sat there and cried. Now there were two people who believed in him. Granted, one was a demon that no one could know about, and the other was a person that Naruto didn't know, but still, he held the proof of this person in his hands and looked around him at the apartment, and he smiled. His life was for the first time changing for the better. Got up and walked into his own room for the first time and opened the drawer of the dresser, and there was the money, a nice-sized roll of bills. Naruto cheered and grabbing the money he ran out. Not forgetting to lock the door before running down, he looked back at the building and at his location before running away down towards the shopping district. Ghost Wolf. Such a sad life. All he needs now is a sad theme song. Good job on the writing, kid. Quote the speechless. Thanks. Hey. What do you mean, kid? Ghost Wolf. I am older than you. Anyway, what happens next? Quote the speechless. You think I'm going to give that away? Sorry, you have to stick around and read it for yourself. He gives a shy smile. Ghost Wolf, why you? He grumbles. He turns to the audience. Well, I guess we all have to wait. Quote the speechless. See you all next time. He walks off the stage. Naruto had never gone shopping for his own clothes before, so he had no idea where to start. He walked into one store and started looking around for something that looked good before the shop owner saw him and ordered him out of the store for scaring away his customers. This happened several more times, once for just looking in the window. Naruto was getting really depressed. Why did the people treat him this way? What had he ever done to them? He found a bench outside a building that had brown paper blocking the windows, and sat down in it, looking down at his feet feeling really bad. What's wrong, kid? Get lost? Can't find your parents? A man had just walked out of the building that the bench was in front of. He was holding a sign in his hands that looked brand new. The sign said, Wonderland Clothing, new styles for a new you. The man looked at Naruto. How about this? You help me hang up this sign and I'll see if I can help you out, all right? Naruto just nodded dumbly and saw that there was a beam of wood with a set of hooks spaced just right for the loops of the sign so it could hang on it. He helped the man by going up on the beam, by way of a ladder, and putting the loops on the hooks while the man held the sign up. Thanks a lot, kid. Now my store can open up tomorrow and I can start business. The man dusted his hands off and held one out to Naruto. I'm Kyuubi. But anyway, how can I help you out? I was shopping for clothes, but they just keep kicking me out of the stores. Naruto looked down at the ground. Kicking you out, huh? Well, how about this? He opened the door and ushered the boy inside. I won't kick you out, and because you helped me out and you're my first customer, I'll even give you a discount. He smiled as he turned the lights on, and revealed the store that Naruto couldn't see before because of the paper in the windows. There was clothing in all sorts of styles and sizes. I used to travel a lot, went around to all the big nations and countries and everything, learned about the different styles of clothing at each. I just got back and I decided to set up shop. I used to live here and I know what people want, so I'll probably do a good amount of business. He turned to face the still awed Naruto. So, tell me, what are you looking for? Naruto looked down at himself, his old second-hand clothes, and the bright orange that no one had wanted. He remembered what the sign said, new styles for a new you. He smiled as he looked at Kyuubi, who was patiently watching the boy. A new me. At that, Kyuubi broke into a wide grin and laughed. I was hoping you'd say that. Come on, let's have some fun. And they did. At first Naruto had been shy, but the shop owner would have nothing of it and insisted that Naruto smile at all times. For the next few hours they both laughed and joked while picking out clothes. Naruto felt that he didn't want this day to ever end. But unfortunately it had to, but not before he had the best day of his life. Naruto ended up picking out several sets of clothes, several normal everyday clothes, blue jeans, t-shirts, and the like, and several other clothes. What he was happiest about was his jacket. It was mostly light orange with darker patches on his shoulders and at the front pockets. On the back there was a dark red fox decal showing a fox's head rising out of a fire. The jacket was heavier than most due to some added features. In particular was the fact that it was triple layer, an outer waterproof layer, a middle layer of thin finely woven steel mesh, and then an inner layer for comfort and flexibility. There were also secret pockets hidden on the sleeves and by the main zipper, as well as several on the inside. Naruto got the pants that went along with the jacket because they were made the same way. The triple layers and several hidden pockets. They weighed a lot more than normal clothes, but Kyuubi said that it would be good training and would help him build up his strength, and if he ever wanted it changed, all he had to do was bring them back and he would repair or alter them. When they were finally done, Naruto paid for the clothes. Naruto was delighted to find that he still had about half the money that he had been given left over. As he was headed for the door with the bags, wearing the new jacket and pants, because Kyuubi had insisted that he throw out the old clothes, the man called to him. Hey, you never told me your name. At this, Naruto looked down for a second before reaching up and feeling the presence of the book that he had placed in the inside pocket and remembered the line, "Never be ashamed of yourself." He shook himself a little. It's Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. He half expected the man to yell at him and insist that he give back all the clothes and tell him never to come back, but it didn't happen. Naruto, huh? Well, it was a pleasure doing business with you, and I look forward to seeing you around. And he went back to cleaning up the shop from his busy day with the boy. So, that's Naruto. He thought to himself. He doesn't seem so bad. Interesting through. He watched the boy walk out of the store and out onto the nighttime street, a bag of clothes in each hand, and smiled. I wonder if I'll see him again. And he swept up the store, expecting a busy day tomorrow, and it was indeed. The next 2 weeks were spent preparing for going to the Ninja Academy. Naruto trained his mind and chakra manipulation during the nights with Kyuubi, and at Kyuubi's insistence, training his body during the day, doing calisthenics during the day to build his strength. Naruto got an alarm clock and set it to wake him up early so he could do some running when no one would disturb him. After the first week of just running, Kyuubi changed it a little, insisting that Naruto learn to gather chakra while he was running. Naruto grumbled a lot about all the training he was doing when he hadn't even seen the academy yet. When Kyuubi heard that, he insisted that Naruto find the building so he could see what it looked like and how to get to it. Finally, 2 weeks had passed and it was time for Naruto to go to the academy. But Kyuubi insisted that Naruto do his usual run, followed by a run to the academy gathering chakra all the way. This tired Naruto out quite a bit from the extra run. He usually meditated and Kyuubi would tell him the exercises he wanted Naruto to do, and that let him gain back some chakra and stamina so he could do them, but it seemed he would not have the luxury today. When Naruto got to the building, he was quite out of breath and the clock showed that he was already a few minutes late. He asked at the front desk where his class was, and after an irritated reply from the lady behind the desk, he ran off down the hallway, skidding into the classroom where the teacher was taking roll call. "Who are you?" the teacher asked. He was wearing a slightly worn headband, a small ponytail high up on his head, and a scar across the middle of his face going over his nose and under his eyes. "Uzumaki Naruto, sir." The man frowned a little as the students began to murmur. He looked down at his list, he marked something and turned back to Naruto. "You're 5 minutes late. A shinobi must always be on time and prepared. Go take a seat." And he continued with the roll call. "I am Imuno Irika. You will call me Irika-sensei. You will raise your hand if you have a question or comment and wait till I have called on you before answering. Am I understood?" He looked around the room at all the children nodding, seeing that Naruto had taken a seat back in the corner, his head down on the desk, watching, but obviously exhausted, probably from the run to class, he figured. "I will teach you what it means to be a shinobi, a ninja of Leaf. I will teach you many things, including the history of Leaf, rules of being a ninja, weapons basics, chakra manipulation, and more." And so it began. Irika was a harsh teacher, always expecting more than he thought the students could give, especially Naruto, picking out the flaws in whatever Naruto was doing. Naruto, however, didn't let that stop him. He would often fall asleep in class when he was actually meditating and taking with Kyuubi. Kyuubi wanted Naruto to look like an untalented ninja, and so Naruto did what his sensei told him, acting like a no-talent ninja at school, while he trained even harder than before at home. At school he was called dead last, and picked on by the other students for falling asleep in class, getting yelled at by Irika, and generally being a bad student. But Naruto knew it wasn't true. His strength was growing all the time and the jacket and pants weren't heavy to him anymore at all. He was learning the different hand seals necessary for using ninjutsu and genjutsu. He also learned that with concentration he could talk with Kyuubi whenever he wanted to, and it became easier over time to the point when he would have conversations with Kyuubi while running in the morning. All this time Naruto stayed the quiet boy he had been before, but now, there was a small smile that played on his lips and would annoy Irika when he saw it in class because it meant that Naruto wasn't paying any attention at all. Naruto made no friends with the other students, and never really talked with them except when he had to. Naruto continued this for a month and then 2, never letting on how good he actually was. Some of the other students thought he was weird and decided to follow him one day to figure out where he went, because no one knew anything about him, except that no one liked him. But he didn't go home, no one came to pick him up, instead he started to run, the other students having though he had spotted them, ran after him. But Naruto didn't pay any attention to them, he just kept running, until finally the students were too exhausted to follow him anymore. And they stopped, panting and breathing hard as they watched him run out of sight. Kiba was angry. How could the dead last run so fast or so long? Akamaru sniffed along the ground and tried to follow, but he wasn't so good at tracking yet, and the smell of chakra that all the Inuzuka dogs learned overloaded him and made him sneeze and rub his nose into the ground and then go over to Kiba and sit by the exhausted boy and tell him what he could. Ino grumbled. She thought the new kid was cute, though she would never admit it. She had asked her parents if they knew anything about the Uzumaki family, and they looked at each other and told her that she should just focus on her studies. They turned back and headed home, each wondering about this strange boy. Ino went to tell her friends Shikamaru and Choji that she couldn't find out anything about him, except that he could run DMN fast. Naruto smiled when he noticed them stop running after him. In truth, he had been running faster than normal because Kyuubi had promised to teach him an actual technique today and not just learning about more control or building strength. Calm down, boy, or you'll exhaust yourself before you can even learn what I'm going to teach you. But there was amusement in the Kyuubi's voice at how eager his container was to learn something new. Go out into the forest, find a good-sized clearing. Naruto did as he was told. All right, Kyuubi-sensei, I've found a clearing. He thought so Kyuubi could hear him. All right, you've learned the Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique, in class, and I like the way you mess it up. No one would suspect that you've already perfected it. Well, I'm going to teach you the next level. This technique is called the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, and it will allow you to make real clones, not those flimsy illusions. This way you'll be able to have a sparking partner and improve your fighting abilities, which are quite frankly pathetic. Naruto hung his head at this but brightened up at the thought of getting better. And so, for the next few hours Naruto practiced, first just the order of the hand seals, and then seeing how the molding of chakra was different from the usual Bunshin no Jutsu, until finally Kyuubi said he was ready to try it for real. Naruto did and ended up with 3 clones that looked like him, but he hadn't molded the chakra quite right, and a few seconds later they disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto kept trying until the sun was about to set, and then he got it right, and there were no less than 5 of him running around congratulating each other on getting it right. Kyuubi smiled inwardly happy at his student's progress, and sent him home for a good night's rest. There would be no lessons tonight and Naruto would be allowed to sleep fully. Naruto went home exhausted by his training and weighed down by his clothing, a happy smile plastered on his face. All right, kid, a few rules first about any of the techniques that I teach you. 1. You don't use them unless you have to. 2. Don't tell anyone where you learned them from should you be forced to show them. 3. Never teach them to anyone outside of your own family. Now before you go back to your place and sleep, go to that Kiba guy, the one you got this suit from. It's time for you to increase the weight. And so he did. Naruto went back to Wonderland Clothing and stepped inside. There was a woman behind the counter this time and Kibu was nowhere in sight. Naruto walked up to the counter. He had lost most of his shyness dealing with the brash demon teacher, but he was still a little hesitant to talk with the unknown lady. Hello, can I help you? Said the woman when she saw Naruto walk up to her. I'm looking for Kibu, is he in? My husband? This startled Naruto a little and he looked and saw the ring on her finger. He is, but he's a little busy right now, working on something for a customer. Would you like me to take him a message? Yeah, could you tell him that his first customer is back? The woman looked confused, then thoughtful before breaking into a big smile, something that Naruto had never seen directed at him in a good manner. Oh, you must be Naruto. Kibu keeps wondering if you'll show up again. I'm sure he'll be happy to see you. I'm Kido. You wait right here. And with that she walked through a door at the back into what Naruto guessed was a workroom. Kibu came out a few moments later while Naruto was examining some shuriken holders that were being displayed in a glass case. Ah, Naruto, my wife said that it was you. What can I do for you? No problems, I hope. Worry creased his forehead for a moment before Naruto shook his head. Well then, what can I help you with? I need training weights to get stronger. Kibu studied the boy for a moment, and looked into his eyes to see a determination there that had been lacking before. A slow smile spread across his face as he started nodding. Yes, I think I can do that, come in back with me. He looked at the clock on the wall behind the counter. Kito, close up, we're done for tonight, and then, some tea, tonight's a working night. Kito looked at her husband and then at Naruto. Getting the idea, she went and locked the door, turning the sign to closed and pulling down the blinds on the windows before going into the back and starting to make the tea. Kyuubi guided Naruto into the back room. My wife and I live on the second floor. Back here is where I work on my projects. There was a twinkle in his eye as he showed Naruto the back room, filled with cloth and tools, leather and metal, dressing dummies and charts. One of the tables was indeed covered with a suit that Naruto guessed Kyuubi had been working on, but Kyuubi just picked it all up and moved it, leaving the table clear. Now my boy, tell me again what you really need. Training weights, Naruto was about to say, but stopped himself and thought about it. What did he really need? To get stronger and faster? Yes, but what else? To become the greatest shinobi, so people will respect me. Good answer. And then Kyuubi pulled out a head protector from a drawer and put it on. On it was the symbol of leaf. I'm guessing that you're in the academy? Naruto nodded dumbly as he looked at the head protector. Well, forget them. Go to school and pass your classes, whatever, but it doesn't matter. Naruto's eyes widened with shock at what he was saying. Calm down, kid, trust him. This is the first human I've seen that is sensible. Kyuubi growled to him, amused as he watched what was going on through Naruto's eyes. Kyuubi held his hands up when he saw Naruto's reaction. Relax, kid. Trust me when I say that you will use the techniques they teach, but there are a lot better things you can learn. He smiled as he watched Naruto relax a little. Good, now that we have that out of the way, we can get down to serious business. Now, I notice you don't have any of the usual equipment, no kunai or shuriken, no weapons at all, no scrolls or even an equipment pouch. Naruto shook his head. He didn't have any of that stuff of his own. He learned some stuff from the scrolls that he got from the academy, but most of them he never used, and he used the practice kunai and shuriken at school, but he didn't have any of his own. It was at this point that Kido walked in with a tray. On the tray was a teapot and 3 cups. She walked over to the table and set down the cups, pouring green tea in each. Kyuubi sat down across from his wife and Naruto followed suit, sitting on one of the stools around the table. Kyuubi used to be a teacher at the academy, she said as she passed Naruto one of the teacups. Naruto took the teacup and sipped the tea, sitting in silence. His eyes went back to Kyuubi and the head protector. That was 15 years ago, before I left to travel. I learned a lot, and I suggest you try it sometime as well, but when you're older and ready. Now, business has been quite brisk, a lot more than I had expected. And I could use an assistant. You're probably wondering how this will help you. Naruto nodded. Well, here it goes. I'm going to teach you how to mold chakra into your fingers individually, and I use the skill for cutting cloth. He demonstrated by reaching into a trash can and pulling out a discarded piece of blue fabric. He closed his eyes and held up the pointer finger of his other hand as he laid the fabric down on the table. There was a little glow around his finger that gathered into a point of light that he put down onto the fabric and pulled it across the surface, neatly cutting the piece in half, even burning the edges so there could be no fraying. That is very high-level control, a very good skill to learn, said Kyuubi from inside his mind, sounding impressed. I will also teach you how to wrap it around kunai and needles. I use it so it will do less damage to the fabric that I'm working with. You will learn about colors and dyes, how they blend and change. This will help you learn how to hide and blend into the background. I will show you how to make and repair your own equipment and clothing, something every shinobi should know how to do. Kyuubi sat back and sipped his tea as his wife spoke up. My husband and I are in agreement that what is taught at the academy is not what should be taught, but he is happy to use his skills just for the store. I am more open-minded. Kyuubi rolled his eyes at that, but his wife ignored him. I will teach you how to use those skills in battle after the store closes. I will show you a taijutsu fighting style that will show you how to properly use the skills that he will teach you. I will also be teaching you how to make kunai and shuriken specifically for you, best fit to your hand, and how to mold chakra into them in ways that your opponent won't expect. Naruto was overwhelmed. He had expected to walk in, buy some weights, and maybe talk for a minute. But now he was being offered the chance to have 2 more teachers. He didn't know what to do. It seemed like so much for him. Take it, kid, this is an excellent offer. One will teach you better control than I have been so far and teach you practical skills like how to take care of your stuff, something I never had to do. And the other will teach you how to make weapons, take care of them and use them, something I never needed, and a taijutsu style, something I couldn't teach you because I've never been human. This will allow me to work with you and teach you more jutsu and build your stamina. Kyuubi was ecstatic. This was perfect. Drink your tea, think about it. I realize this must be a lot to take in. Naruto nodded as he obediently sipped his tea. It really was quite good. With the training you'll get, we can promise that you'll get the respect that you deserve. And that was all Naruto had to hear. I'll do it, Naruto proclaimed as he set his cup down. When do I show up? Tomorrow after school, come by and we'll have everything set up for you, Kito said, beaming at him. Oh yeah, before you go. Kiba walked over to Naruto and did some hand seals very quickly before reaching out and touching Naruto's jacket, and then the leg of his pants. A moment later, Naruto felt the weight of his jacket and pants increase to a point where he had some trouble standing up. You said you wanted weights, well there you go. Now go on home and get a good night's rest, tomorrow's going to be a long day. Naruto wondered what he had gotten himself into as he waved a weighted arm at them and walked heavily down the street back to his apartment. But he couldn't help smiling all the way. He had 2 more teachers and he was getting better. He was going to be great someday. And so it went for 2 long years. Naruto goofed off in school, doing only enough to pass and not get in too much trouble that he's kept late, keeping his reputation as dead last. Naruto found school more and more boring as he ended up learning more and had more fun when he wasn't in school. Whether he was learning a new technique from Kyuubi like Danton, Jishin Handu no Jutsu, Earth type, earthquake kick technique, that concentrated a large amount of chakra into his foot and when he brought it down on the ground, would send out a shockwave that could knock down trees, if directed properly, or could send out a shockwave in all directions if he wanted it to. Or one of many fire techniques, such as Katan, Kitsune Fukumen Bakushin, fire type, fox mask dash technique, a fire technique that made a fox head appear on the end of a rope of fire that would chase after any visible target at high speed so long as Naruto could exhale and keep the technique up. From Kibu, Naruto learned fast and efficient ways to concentrate chakra into his hands. As Naruto got better, he would mold the chakra into a blade around his hand and use it to assist Kibu with making clothes. Kibu insisted on talking as they worked, so Naruto told him what had gone on during the day while Kibu would tell him anything of interest that happened in the store. This improved Naruto's concentration. Kibu impressed Naruto with his ability to, with one finger, cut the steel mesh that he used for extra weight and protection of the clothes that he sold to shinobi, for that was who his biggest customers were. Naruto learned different sewing styles and how each piece of clothing was sewn together. When he was good enough to concentrate the chakra around a single finger, Kibu started to show him how to wrap the chakra around a needle so it would put less stress on the fabric than just forcing the needle through. He was even shown how to emboss leather to create patterns and make it easier to fold and use. When Naruto made his first kunai holster, after 6 months, he embossed a stylized fox head on it. In congratulations, Kibu allowed him to keep it and said that he was now ready to work solo in the back room. Naruto accepted and enjoyed the quiet time in the back room, because it was what Kyuubi considered nap time, and it was really the only time the Great Fox slept, training Naruto in his sleep about history or tactics concerning different terrains, enemies, and a myriad of other things other than just new techniques. But while Naruto worked in the back room, or with Kito, Kyuubi slept. Kito was a harsh taskmaster, pushing Naruto to ever higher goals in strength, speed, and endurance. But she was also patient, helping Naruto perfect his stance and the flow of movements time and time again. Naruto learned how to use weapons properly instead of just what she called the flim-flam that he learned at the academy. When she thought he was ready, she taught Naruto how to use the small forge that she kept in the backyard. He learned how to work the metal and repair damaged kunai and shuriken, as well as making molds to fit his hands, and learning how to melt and pour the metal to make his own sets of weapons. He also learned to make blades and metal folding techniques to increase the strength. The taijutsu was not, as Naruto had expected, just one style, but 5, and Kito expected him to learn each flawlessly before he made his own form from them. There was the earth style, one of hard kicks and punches concentrating chakra into a fist or foot to increase the power of the impact, and into the body to harden and guard against the attacks of others. The fire style that used feints and diversions to distract from the actual attack, concentrating the chakra in a special manner to make after. Images that threw off the opponent while making burning punches and kicks with the same concentrated chakra that he used for the cloth. The water style that focused on using your opponent's strength against them through flowing movements, using chakra to catch the opponent's attack and make it impossible for them to get out of his grip. The wind style, another flowing style, but much faster, used to get inside an opponent's guard when they attacked and making slashing attacks with the hands concentrating chakra into the fingers to burn his opponent. And the last style, lightning style, pure speed to dodge as piercing attacks were made with the pointer and middle finger, chakra formed around each so that they came together into a point, designed to immobilize the opponent by targeting specific pressure points and joints. Though he could never beat her in a fight, he did learn all the stances and movements. And every time, at the start of the week, either Kyuubi or Kito would come to him, making hand seals and increasing the weight of Naruto's jacket and pants. Naruto spent his entire time training until finally 2 years had passed since the start of school and Naruto had turned 12 and had his first actual birthday with Kyuubi and Kito, a very emotional experience for him. It was also time for the first Genin exam for his class. Naruto was surprised that so much time had passed. To him it was all a blur, but he had changed, that much was obvious. No longer was he the shy repressed boy that he had been before, now he was smiling more, and instead of letting all the glares and cold looks get to him, he ignored them. But the only time that he ever fully came out of his shell was when he was with Kyuubi and Kito, laughing, joking, and pulling some practical jokes, something he was very good at. He also found out that he had what felt like unlimited energy, letting him train or work in the back room for long periods of time without resting. Naruto also took to carrying around with him a sketch pad that he would draw in, sketching any new styles of clothing or ideas that came to him for patterns. Once a week the three of them would sit down with his sketches and talk about them, and they would pick 1 or 2 things and test them out, and if they sold well then Naruto would make more and keep a part of the money made from them. But there was one thing about Naruto that didn't change over those 2 years, the book that he had gotten that fateful night. He kept it with him at all times, in a protected pocket of his jacket. Naruto was lost in thought about forearm protectors and if there was a way to increase the mobility without taking away from the defense that they provided, when his name was called for the test. He had to be called 2 more times and have the kid next to him kick his leg under the table before Naruto responded. Huh? Naruto looked up confused. Mizuki, one of the other teachers, rolled his eyes and shook his head. Iruka frowned. I said that it's your turn, Naruto, unless you don't think you can pass the test. There were several sniggers from the students and Naruto blushed in embarrassment. He got up and went down to the front of the class while the students murmured and pointed behind him. Naruto stepped in front of the desk that both Iruka and Mizuki were sitting behind, when he realized he didn't know what he had to do. Naruto scratches the back of his head, embarrassed anew. What do I have to do again? The students behind him started to laugh and Iruka rubbed his forehead. You have to make 2 clones using the Bunshin no Jutsu, and then use a Henge no Jutsu, transformation technique, to look like either me or Iruka. Mizuki explained. You get 3 chances at each. Oh, okay. Naruto smiled as he decided to have some fun as this would be the last day in the class. He jumped up, flipping over in the air, calling out the word. Henge. Naruto landed looking just like Iruka except that from behind he had a sign that said, Kick me. The students burst out laughing except for one boy in black hair who just scowled at the stupid antics of the dead last student. What? Did I do something wrong? Naruto turned to look at the rest of the class, his back facing the 2 teachers so they could see the sign. He then changed back, smiling as the rest of the students continued to laugh. But Iruka was not laughing. He glared at Mizuki, who wasn't trying very hard to cover his smile. Naruto, the exercise was for you to make a copy of me exactly. Iruka said as he stood up, upset about being made the butt of the joke. So you don't have a kick me sign on your back? Naruto saw Mizuki glance at Iruka from behind as he sipped some water, followed by him almost choking on his water. Iruka turned and looked at Mizuki, confusion growing as the class burst out into laughter once again. Iruka's eyes grew wide with anger and confusion as he reached behind his back and felt the paper. He ripped it off, not even bothering to read it as he balled it up angrily and threw it away. Now he couldn't say that Naruto hadn't performed the henge correctly. Some of the smarter students were watching Naruto carefully. That trick that he just pulled was a combination of things that Naruto, as dead last, shouldn't have been able to do. It was very fast, very stealthy, and only a few people noticed what he was doing. Iruka hadn't because he thought Naruto was too low to pull something like that, and Mizuki hadn't seen it because he was watching one of the female teachers walk past the open door. But several of the smarter students noted that Naruto was hiding something, namely, his true skill level. Naruto went on to perform the Bunshin no Jutsu, accidentally making 4 clones instead of just 2, because he was used to needing the extra chakra for making Kage Bunshin to spar against. The 4 clones looked at each other in slight confusion before smiling, and they started singing a barbershop quartet song that Kibu loved to listen to while they worked. The real Naruto stepped forward and looked at the teachers. So, do I pass? Iruka was said and glared at the clones as the song ended, and they disappeared in a puff of smoke as each part stopped. Yes, Naruto, you passed. Mizuki picked up one of the head protectors that was on the desk and passed it to Naruto. You must have spent all night practicing those. Yep, took me forever to get it right. Naruto lied as he took the head protector and tied it on. He then turned and walked back to the seat, feeling on top of the world as a few of the students congratulated him on his prank. Naruto sat down at his chair and noticed something was wrong. It took him a moment to figure out what it was. His notebook was gone. Hey, my notebook, where is it? Naruto looked around and under the desk. Naruto got worried when he couldn't find it. Then he saw 2 boys looking down at a notebook that looked just like his. He ran towards them. Hey! Give it back! Naruto shouted as he tried to grab it. Manban, one of the kids looking at the notebook, grabbed it out of Naruto's reach, reading aloud. Double layers of silk used more often than single? What is this? Been reading women's clothing magazines. He laughed and threw the notebook to someone else. Naruto leapt after the notebook, grabbing it and stuffing it into his jacket. He handed hard on the ground due to the amount of weight that he was wearing after approximately 17 weight increases, leaving it at roughly 300 pounds. Everyone was surprised when the wood floor cracked, and everyone felt it as the room shook a bit. Naruto, go back to your seat. Iruka said angrily at the interruption. When Naruto went back to his chair, there were 2 cracked indentations where he had landed. Congratulations, kid. Kyuubi said to Naruto, sarcasm dripping. You got your head protector. Gave away that you're not dead last to anyone who even thought about what you did. Gave away that you're wearing weights, and a weakness, that stupid notebook of yours. Naruto knew that Kyuubi was right, but that didn't stop him from being upset. He spent the rest of the day quiet and withdrawn, not responding even when one of his classmates approached him, wondering how he had gotten the sign attached to Iruka. When they were dismissed, Naruto walked out in silence, while the other students were congratulated by their parents who had come to pick them up. Happy cries of children and parents only pushed him deeper into his depression. He didn't even notice when a girl made to follow after him and was stopped by a man, her father, who shook his head, and they both watched in silence as the boy walked away. One set of pale lavender eyes watching him, sorry to see the boy who was so happy only a little while ago, turn into the depressed one walking alone. Does he always leave alone? Hyuga Hayashi asked his daughter. As if, father, stuttered Hyuga Hinata. She looked up at her father and saw that he had activated the bloodline limit of their family, the Byakugan, and followed the retreating back of the boy with his eyes. Hayashi nodded a little as it deactivated. He is stronger than people give him credit for. He will make quite a name for himself in the future. He looked down at his daughter, who was looking up at him confused, and he gave her one of his rare smiles. Watch him, you'll see. Now, Hinata, I believe some of your friends are having a party to celebrate. I will send someone from the branch house to pick you up in a few hours. With that, he turned and walked away, headed back to the estate. Hinata's friends called out to her to join them, and she looked back towards Naruto and saw he was already out of sight. She then went to join her friends, wondering what her father had meant. Naruto walked towards the shop, his feet on automatic as he was deep in thought about his book that he almost didn't notice when he had gotten to the store. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, wondering why the lights were turned off when suddenly they turned on and Kibu and Kido jumped out from behind the counter. Simuras, they both chorused. Kibu walked over and thumped him on the back. Always knew you would do it, now you're a true shinobi. And you've got the forehead protector to prove it. The man was beaming at him as he thumped him on the back once again. Naruto couldn't help but break into a smile. Kido grabbed him and pulled him into a tight hug, and kissed him on his cheeks, making him blush. We're so proud of you. This is a big step for you, and you've got to be ready for what is to come in the future. But I thought you said that the academy was stupid, that it wasn't important. Naruto was happy and confused at the same time, happy that they were congratulating him, but confused because the congratulations weren't making any sense to him. Silly kid, we're congratulating you for getting out of the school and starting your life as a shinobi. Come on, we've got cake and drinks in the back. And so Naruto was ushered into the back room where there was indeed cake and drinks. When Naruto saw the banner that hung above the cake that said, "Congratulations Naruto," he started to cry. Without comment, both Kyuubi and Kido hugged him. They both knew that Naruto had had a hard life, far harder than most people who lived in Leaf. This boy who had so much potential and such a good heart, had been broken by the cruelties of the people of the village they called home. They held him for a few minutes until his crying slowly backed down until he was just holding the two of them close to him. Thank you. He let go of them and stepped back. For caring about me, he wiped away the tears on his cheek with the sleeve of his jacket. I shouldn't be crying, I'm sorry. Kido walked up to him and put a hand on his cheek, making her look up at her. It's all right to cry when you're happy. Naruto smiled at them. Come on. Kyuubi said kindly, leading Naruto over to the table. Let's eat before the flies get to it. Naruto smiled again and wiped his tears away as they sat down to eat. Naruto told them how he had passed the exam and they laughed along with him, though Kyuubi grumbled in the background of Naruto's mind. Well, tomorrow you'll get assigned a Jounin instructor, and they'll give you your final test. Kyuubi said, leaning back in a chair, a drink in one hand. Final test? Naruto asked around a mouthful of cake. Yes, Naruto, final test, Kido answered. Your instructor will test you and your team to see if you are ready to actually become Genin. The test varies from Jounin to Jounin, so I can't give you any tips on how to pass. But just remember this. You were put into teams for a reason. You won't be just one person, but a team. And you'll have us, our training and other things we've taught you. Kyuubi reached over to pat Naruto on the back. And one more thing. At this, Kyuubi gripped Naruto's shoulder firmly and looked into his eyes. The boy's eyes met him as he listened intently. Never give up and you can overcome any challenge. He reached over and patted the book in Naruto's jacket pocket. The Yondaime said that. Naruto remembered those words, and he would never forget them so long as he lived. Now, before you go Naruto, we have some things to give you. Kido reached under the main work table and pulled out several things. A long metal box depicting the 5 elements coming together at a central point symbolized by the yin-yang. When opened, 5 scrolls were revealed, each with the symbol of the 5 elements that he studied with her. A kit of needles and thread with a scroll of their own. And finally a necklace, a fox pendant, the small body made of brass, the tails wrapping up around it made of a red opalescent material that seemed to glow on its own, each ending in a white tip, red ruby eyes looking out, burning with inner fire. Naruto could hardly tear his eyes away from the necklace when Kido started to speak again. Now Naruto, this is very important. The scrolls in this case are my clan's legacy. Her hands rested on the metal case. I am the last of my clan, and because of a disease that whipped out all the others, I cannot bear children. Kyuubi came up behind her and put his arms around her. In the short time we've known each other, Naruto, you have become part of our family. She reached up to wipe away a tear. The son we could never have. Now before you say anything, we both talked it over long and hard last night. We feel that you are the best person to trust with these. Inside each of the scrolls are the final parts of the training that we didn't get to and the final attack for each. Because of the special chakra flowing techniques I taught you, they can't be copied, you would have to teach how to do it. She took a deep breath and looked Naruto directly in his eyes. If you accept, you must promise to never teach any of these to anyone who is not part of your family. Naruto looked at her, his mouth hanging open for a minute. He thought about what she had said about the scrolls and what they meant. The trust that she was placing on his shoulders, And then he thought about the most important thing she had said, overshadowing all others in his mind. You have become part of our family, the son we could never have. And his mind was made up. He closed his mouth and nodded to her. I give you my word. Kido smiled at him as he closed the box. Give me your hands. He did. She placed his hands on the top of the box and her hands on top of his. Bando Tenso no Jutsu. Lock transfer technique. Naruto felt a spark leap from her hands to his, and then, feeling the spark take a little of his chakra, jumped to the box, which glowed red for a moment. When they lifted their hands, the pattern had changed. Now it depicted a fox with 9 tails, 5 tails reaching out to form a pentagram, each one symbolizing a different element, and the 4 remaining tails circling around a central yin-yang, the fox standing protectively over it. When he saw the fox depiction, his first reaction was to step back, feeling he had done something wrong. He looked up at Kido, who was looking at the box, a small smile playing on her lips. Don't be afraid, boy, it's all right, we already knew, and by the look of it so do you, but I won't ask how you found out. Kyuubi said, looking at Naruto. I knew you were the container for the Kyuubi when you told me your name that first day. So does everyone else, though they are forbidden to tell it to the younger generation. That's why they looked at you so coldly. They think of you as the demon and blame you for what happened 11 years ago. What? Why treat me like this, like a son? Naruto stammered. Because, Naruto. Kido said, walking over to him and putting a hand on his cheek. You aren't the demon. You are a boy with a great responsibility. Most people can't see that, but we did. And don't you ever forget it. You are Uzumaki Naruto, not the demon Kyuubi, and we love you as a son. And she hugged him again, pulling him tightly into her embrace. Naruto hugged her back just as tightly. He had a family now. Now on to my gift, Kyuubi said after they had broken the hug. He reached over and picked up the small sewing kit and scroll, handing them to Naruto. The sewing kit is yours to keep. Remember, a ninja is always self-sufficient. Keep your clothes in good condition and they will last as long as you need them for. Besides, you'd be surprised how much more a woman appreciates a man who can fix the holes in his socks. He winked at Kido and they all laughed. And that scroll contains nothing as special as the ones my wife gave you. But it does contain a useful genjutsu, the Hata Jitsu no Jutsu, body camouflage technique. It basically takes a picture of your surroundings and surrounds you with it, so as long as you don't move you appear to vanish. The scroll also has the jutsu for altering weight, the one we used on your jacket and pants for training. Now you'll be able to alter them whenever you want. And now for your final gift. Kido picked up the necklace on a silver chain and walked behind Naruto, putting it around his neck and locking the latch. Taking his hand, she put it over the lock and repeated the jutsu that she had used on him and the box. The chain glowed for a moment before turning a deep red. Only you can remove the necklace or open the box. It will only recognize your chakra. There is a jutsu carved into the back of the pendant. It will absorb any of the extra chakra that you give off. It can hold a fair amount before it stops. To reclaim the power that it has stored, put your hand over it and say the name of your furry friend. She looked at Naruto and then pointedly at his belly. Huh? Naruto was confused. My name, you fool, Kyuubi. He objected to being called Naruto's furry friend, but not too loudly. Oh. Naruto's eyes widened as he finally got it. Right, I got it. We figure that with you being a ninja now, you won't be able to work here anymore. This thought had not occurred to Naruto and it looked like he was suddenly conflicted. Don't worry. We knew this day would come, though not like this. You'll still visit us, right? Of course I will. Naruto smiled as he took out his notebook. I've still got things in here to talk with you about. They all smiled and settled in. Naruto opened to the page where he was working on new forearm protectors. I was thinking about double-layered leather, with it sewn so that metal slats can be slipped inside for added protection. My problem is that I can't find a way of one-handedly putting them on with them being fully secure. Well, let's see what you've got. Kido looked at the pages and smiled. They spent the rest of the night talking about the forearm protectors. It was late before Naruto left the shop after giving each of them a big hug. The metal box under his arm, the sewing kit and scroll in his pocket, and wearing the necklace, Naruto was happier than he had ever been before. Naruto woke early the next day at Kyuubi's insistence, starting with his daily run and then running to the academy where his team and jounin instructor would be assigned. Naruto was now wearing the forehead protector and the kitsune pendant necklace, though he kept the necklace hidden under his shirt. Naruto made excellent time as he had released the jutsu on his clothing, allowing it to return to its normal weight. Now, some 200 pounds lighter, he was almost a blur as he ran. That's why I said to remove it. We don't know what will happen today or what this final test might be. It's best that you learn the difference between your weighted clothes and not, so you can use your body to the best of your abilities. Kyuubi said to him, laughing as Naruto skidded to a halt outside the shinobi school. Only one person saw Naruto arrive. Haruno Sakura almost screamed as the orange figure slid to a halt just in front of her. But she didn't scream, she fainted. Naruto watched as the girl crumpled, confused as to why she had fainted. He walked up to her cautiously. Sakura? He had never had much to do with the girl. He thought she was cute, but he had seen how she acted around one of the other boys in the class, Uchiha Sasuke. His thoughts were brushed away as she started to wake up. Are you all right? You fainted. Idiot, Sakura jumped up. You shouldn't run up to a girl like that. I thought you were attacking me. That confused Naruto, but he apologized. I'm sorry, I always run to school in the morning, and I got him excited. Trying desperately to think of a reason for him showing up early and so fast without giving up anything about himself. All right. She obviously didn't believe him. Sakura looked around and sighed. Come on, why are you really here? I always get here first and you usually get here last, but today you almost run me over to get to class. She started walking to the classroom, Naruto followed. It's hard to explain. They walked into the empty room, Irika's bag behind the desk showing that he was already there, probably went out to get a bite to eat before class started. Whatever. Sakura turned to look at her classmate. There was something different today. He moved so fast earlier, the way he carried himself was better, not hunched like he was weighed down. There was a spring in his steps, seeming to say that he was full of unreleased energy. Look, what was with that book yesterday? I heard the bit about double layering of silk, but why would you have a notebook with stuff like that in it? Her stance showed that she was going to get an answer one way or another. Naruto sighed. I live alone, and I needed a way to earn money after the orphanage kicked me out. Naruto explained, but Sakura was already confused. Orphanage? Kicked out? Living alone? She had never known any of this, and when she thought about it, she didn't know anything about him at all, so she listened to his story. So, I got a job at a clothing store. Well, I would do the scouting for the owners. He was trying to think up a suitable lie so he wouldn't have to give up anything about Kibu and Kido. I would see what people were wearing and taking notes, and they would pay me for keeping them ahead of the other stores. Sakura looked at him for a long moment and then nodded, seeming to buy into his lie. That was smart of them. No one would suspect someone like you of scouting for a clothing store. Other people were arriving now, and Sakura moved away to fawn over the Uchiha as soon as he walked in the door, leaving Naruto alone again. But he was used to being alone and went back to his usual seat in the back. Naruto sat, not really paying attention to what was going on, instead practicing his hand seals for his new attack Keton, Ryuza Hain Hidofuki no Jutsu, fire type, dragon wing gust technique, a technique that let him summon fiery dragon wings that he could control for a short period of time. When his name was called, he looked up startled and forgot what he was doing, and for a moment he put power into the jutsu, causing a heat shimmer in the air on either side of him that dissipated quickly. Naruto, pay attention when someone's talking to you. Irika sounded irritated as Naruto had been ignoring him, calling his name 5 times. I was assigning you to a team. He looked back down at his clipboard. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke, you will be Team 7. Sensei, Sakura spoke up. As much as I appreciate being on the same team as Sasuke. Sakura blushed at that. Why do I have to be on a team with Naruto? That comment really stung Naruto and his shoulders slumped as he looked down at his desk. Sakura, the teams are put together so as to balance out the members of the team. You, Sakura, are the best in class at the mental aspects, while Sasuke is the highest with physical aspects. Naruto, on the other hand, is the lowest at both, and it was necessary for you three of you to be put on the same team. I am sure that Sasuke and you can make up for any of Naruto's shortcomings. Maybe if he's lucky something of you will rub off on him. I'm sure you two will be fine. Iruka smirked at Naruto before going back to read from his list the names of the members of the other teams. After all the different teams had been called, the students were told to wait in class for their Jounin instructors to show up. Several of the team's new teachers walked in immediately, seeming to say they had been waiting to take their teams. Soon there was less than half of the originating class, but no sign of the instructor for Team 7. After half an hour there were 2 teams left, 7 and 8. Kiba was playing ball with Akamaru, bouncing the ball off the wall or floor and having the dog jump after it. Shino was sitting by an open window, though no one could tell. He was watching a spider catch a butterfly in its web. Though he had quite an affinity for insects, he knew better than to interfere. Though it may save the butterfly, the spider would starve, so instead he watched as the butterfly was wrapped in silk by the spider, learning from it. Hinata was doing something a little more covert than Shino. With her bloodline activated, he was watching Naruto, though her back was turned to him. Her bloodline limit, the Byakugan or white eyes, allowed her to see everything around her in a full 360 degrees, and see through objects and follow chakra flow. What she saw now made no sense. Naruto was sitting at an angle behind her as she pretended to watch Kiba and his dog. Naruto's chakra supply was one of the largest she had ever seen, especially for a genie level, and yet he was called dead last. She couldn't figure out why. She was going to keep watching him, but it was at that point that the door opened and a woman walked in with the leaf forehead protector resting on her brow. I am Yuhi Kurinai. Everyone was looking at her now, except for Naruto, who seemed oblivious. I got the wrong time for picking up my team. She looked around the room a little confused. I am here for Team 8, you other 3, you're Team 7, correct? Sakura nodded. Do you know where our instructor is? Did something happen to him? While Sakura didn't mind spending time with Sasuke, she didn't like waiting. Kurinai sighed and shook her head. I am afraid that your teacher has been known for coming late. There is nothing I can do. She beckoned for her students. Kiba laughed as he walked towards the door. What are the odds? The team with the dead last gets the dead last teacher. Shino didn't react as he also walked towards the door. Hinata, however, stopped and looked back at the last team and then at Kurinai. Could they come with us? She looked at Kurinai and then couldn't help but glance back towards the boy in orange at the back of the room that still had not moved, or even reacted, that they could tell since the woman walked into the room. The glance was not lost on Kurinai, who also looked up at the boy in the back row for a moment. Sakura and Sasuke looked at Kurinai intently, waiting for her decision. I don't see why not, she said after a moment. It's his fault for being late anyway. I'll leave a note for him. She walked over to the blackboard and started writing a note for the late Jounin. Sakura and Sasuke had started for the door, and after a moment Naruto shook his head and looked around. His eyes gained a faraway look as if he was thinking. Kurinai finished her note and turned to see Naruto watching her. She was shocked by his eyes as he walked towards the door. So blue, so cold, they reminded her of ice, of bitter cold. She suppressed a shudder as the boy walked past her and out into the hallway with the others before following him out. She knew that he had led a harsh life and honestly felt sorry for him, but she could not show it or she would be in trouble with the other nin, especially those who lost family to the Kyuubi. Naruto was deep into a game of chess with Kyuubi, something that he took very seriously because he hated losing and he never managed to beat that DMN fox yet. Suddenly Kyuubi had yelled at him to pay attention and he looked up to find the other people walking down the hall, headed outside. He followed after them, not realizing the pale-eyed girl was following him, watching him intently. As they walked, Kurinai explained a little about what their duties would be as genin. Basically the lowest of the low jobs, babysitting, weeding gardens, walking dogs, picking up things and making deliveries, and that would progress until they passed to the next level. Then they would get harder jobs to suit their abilities. But for now they were stuck with the small things. Among them only 2 people didn't say anything, Naruto, who was absorbed in his game, and Shino, because he doesn't talk often. They got to training area 8. Kurinai stopped them in a clearing. Alright, I need to get an idea of each of your abilities so I'll know your strengths and weaknesses and see where you need the most help, so do your best to impress me. Kurenai said, looking at each of the tree on her team. Now, you pick the method by which you will show me. This was her test. She gave them a goal. Impress her. There were a variety of methods that they could try. Survival test, ask her to set up an obstacle course, have them fight against her to test them, but in her eyes, those were the wrong answers. The way to pass would be to spar against each other, so that not only she would know their strengths and weaknesses, but the entire team. The members of Team 8 looked at each other, thinking the best way for them to impress her. A fight, of course, it's the best way. We should each fight Kurenai-sensei so she can know how good we are. Kiba said loudly. Akamaru barked in agreement. Hinata looked at Kurenai, obviously not wanting to fight her, and looked down, biting her lip and pressing her fingers together. Shino looked thoughtful. No. It was the first thing Shino had said in her presence, and it wasn't very loud, but it had an instant effect. It would not be fair for us to fight against her, and she should not be the only one to know our weaknesses. Kurenai was surprised. Shino had gotten it right on the first try, whereas Kiba had made the common mistake of overconfidence in his skills when challenging someone far superior to him in skills. What should we do then? Hinata stuttered, but she looked relieved at the thought of not fighting their teacher. We should fight each other. Hinata paused for a moment between finger taps and looked at Shino. She didn't like the idea, but he was right, it was probably the best way, so she nodded in agreement. Hold on, we don't have enough people, we would need to fight one-on-one for that, but we don't have enough time for two to fight and then rest while the other is still fresh. Now it was Kiba's turn to surprise her. He was also right, it wouldn't be fair. We should still do it, rotating, so we can see how we fight when at our strongest and weakened. And there it was, the final piece. Kurenai smiled. Shino would make a good leader, cool-headed and logical. It was at this point that a man jumped down from a tree on the Koona side of the field. Everyone turned to look at it save Naruto, who was losing his game of chess and quite frustrated. The man was dressed in black pants and jacket, a jounin vest on over the jacket, worn with use. He was also wearing a mask over the lower half of his face, and his forehead protector was angled down over his left eye, covering it completely. His silver hair stood out in the mostly dark clothing. Hatake Kakashi, instructor of Team 7. He scratched the back of his head as if embarrassed. Sorry I'm late, this little boy asked me to help with his homework. He could not keep up the lie under the other jounin's glare as she stalked over to him. Kakashi, today you were supposed to pick up your students. She was only a few feet away from Kakashi now. You're over an hour late now. I'm here now, okay? Kakashi looked over at his team. Team 7, follow me, we're going to our own training area. He turned and headed away to another area. Sakura looked at Sasuke and then together they went after Kakashi. A moment later Naruto looked up from his seat under a tree and followed after them. Kurenai watched as Kakashi walked away. I hope you know what you are getting yourself into, Kakashi. She murmured to no one. And you better treat him well, or you'll have more than you can handle. She then turned back to her students and spoke out loud to them all. All right, first, Shino against Kiba, and then Hinata against the winner while the loser rests. Kakashi led the three to another training area. He took them to an open area with 3 wooden stumps standing in a row. Kakashi jumps up onto the middle stump and sits down facing his young charges. All right, introduce yourselves. First you, he pointed at Sasuke. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I don't like many things at all. My dreams are reviving my clan and to kill a certain man. He spoke with complete seriousness. Sakura stared at Sasuke. To her it was the most awesome, incredible thing he could have said. Kakashi looked as if he had expected that answer and sighed. Naruto on the other hand had pulled a fork attack on Kyuubi and had managed to take down the Demon Fox's queen, so he was smiling happily, completely oblivious to the angst around him. I see, well then, how about you? Kakashi said, looking at Sakura this time. Me? There is someone I like. Sakura blushed as her gaze darted to Sasuke, who completely ignored her. My dreams are... Again she looked at Sasuke, blushing even more. And as for things I hate? Rivals. Dimin you I know pig. There was silence after her loud outburst. Kakashi sighed. He really didn't want to deal with a lovesick girl going through PBR2I. Naruto was scowling now. The outburst had distracted him and he had just lost because he misplaced a piece. Kyuubi's laughing didn't help either. And lastly you, Kakashi pointed at Naruto. Huh. Naruto paused and listened to the last few minutes again in his mind, reviewing what he had to tell. Alright. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I like my teachers. Sakura stared at him. Everyone knew that Iruka had always been mean to him. How could he like his teachers? Wait, teachers plural? Was there someone else teaching him? Kakashi had also picked up on that. I don't like mean people. And as for my dreams, I really want to become the greatest shinobi ever, greater than the Yondaime, so everyone will respect me. Sasuke almost laughed. The dead last, become greater than the fourth Hokage. It was never going to happen. Sakura looked at Naruto and wondered, what was it about this boy that made him want to be so great, even though everyone appeared to hate him? Kakashi smiled under his mask. This boy was interesting. He could already tell that this boy had great potential and possibly had already started to tap into it. Alright, it's late now. Show up tomorrow here at 7 sharp and we'll see if you're ready to really become genin. And don't eat a breakfast, you'll regret it. And with that he disappeared in a puff of smoke. What did he mean by that? If we're ready to really become genin, I thought we were already genin. Sakura voiced her confusion to the other 2 members of her team. He's going to test us. Sakura was surprised that it was Naruto that spoke up. Yesterday we were just tested to see if we had the skills to be a genin, tomorrow we're going to be tested to be actual genin. I intend to be ready. He started to walk away. And I suggest that you do eat something tomorrow, we all need to be at our best. Sakura watched as Naruto walked away, and almost missed Sasuke walking away as well. But she didn't, and she turned and ran up to Sasuke pestering him with questions, but this time it wasn't just about him or her, she wanted to know about Naruto. This seemed to annoy Sasuke more than her just talking, but to ask about the dead last, in his presence, ticked him off. He was the best, Naruto was the worst. There was nothing else that mattered in his mind other than strength. Naruto didn't head home immediately. Instead he walked to his own training area, practicing the stances of the element styles. His eyes closed, he went through each of the movements slowly, feeling the movement of each muscle as he pulled in for a block or extended for an attack. Slowly, he sped up his attacks and found himself attaining new speeds without his weights. He even had to readjust himself so that he didn't get ahead of his abilities in terms of control. Slowly, he worked on building his speed, until he could go through the moves flawlessly at about half of full speed. Naruto finished his training a little while after the sun had fallen below the horizon. He made his way home, feeling elated at his newly recognized strength and speed. Naruto came up with a plan to fully utilize his jutsu that changed the weights and decided that he would continue to add weight like Kido and Kibu had done, and only remove it if he needed to fight. Even then, it would only be reduced by half, unless he absolutely needed to be rid of it all. When he got home, Naruto got out some instant ramen for his dinner. He didn't have it often, having learned to eat better from Kido's lectures on nutrition, but felt that he deserved it tonight. He settled down on the couch with the steaming bowl. Am I really ready? Naruto asked aloud, which he only ever did when he was alone. Yes. You are strong enough, you have enough techniques, and you have the speed as well. You need to work on strategy, but for that you've got me. You'll be fine. Kyuubi was doing the equivalent of curling up to go to sleep. No teaching tonight. Just dream and relax, you'll need to be at your best tomorrow. I will not allow my container to fail the exam. And with that the great nine-tailed demon fox drifted off to sleep, dreaming of great nine-tailed demon vixen. When Naruto went to sleep, he had some odd dreams indeed. The next day, Naruto came early to the Team 7 training area, foregoing his usual run. He had set the weight of his clothes to full weight, but was ready to take some of it off should he need to. Naruto had eaten a good breakfast and was feeling at full strength. He had even brought some things with him to keep him occupied until the time arrived. Naruto pulled a piece of leather from the bag as well as a thick needle and heavy wax string. Using his chakra training from Kibu, Naruto brought a light amount to the palm of his hand and ran it along both sides of the leather, heating it and making it easier to work with. His goal today was to make some sturdy forearm bracers. When the piece he was working on became ready, he rolled up the sleeve of his jacket and wrapped the leather around his forearm, tying it into place with some of the string. When he had it properly set and tied, he found where he would need to cut it for the proper length and width. Marking it with a pencil, he then untied the leather and set it down. Using a kunai, because he wanted to conserve chakra, he cut the leather so it would reach from just after his wrist, almost all the way to his elbow. Naruto continued to work and was half finished when Sakura and Sasuke arrived. They had come just in time and had expected to see Kakashi already there, but he was not. Instead, they saw Naruto doing something under a tree. They both walked over towards him, curious to see what he was doing and if he knew where their instructor was. Naruto was working on putting in a layer of thinner, softer leather on the inside of the bracers so they would be comfortable when two shadows fall across his lap. He looked up to see Sasuke, with Sakura just behind him. "Hey, where's our teacher?" The inflection on the hour made it perfectly clear that in his opinion, it was only for him. Naruto frowned and looked around the training area. "Not here." Naruto shrugged. "Could you please move a little? You're in my light?" Naruto didn't want any trouble this early. He just wanted to finish the bracers in peace. Sasuke was angry. How dare the dead last talk to him like that? He scowled down at Naruto, who had gone back to attaching the inner layer, before turning and walking away. He had not eaten today because he would do whatever the teacher said for him to pass and get stronger. Sakura looked at Naruto, curious about what he was doing, but then at Sasuke, who was walking away, and she followed him. She had had a little to eat, seeing the logic in what Naruto had said, but she felt guilty for going Kakashi's advice and didn't eat much. Naruto continued to work, using small chakra burns to attach the two pieces of leather. When it was done, he remolded the bracers to his arms. Once they were to size, he got out several buckles from his bag, ones that he'd gotten from Kyuubi earlier that year but had never managed to use until now. He had attached them and was working on putting holes in the straps when Kakashi arrived. He was alerted by an aggravated shout from Sakura. "You're late." Sakura was angry and hungry, and Sasuke had refused to talk with her after Naruto had brushed him off. "I'm sorry, there was a little old lady." Kakashi trailed off under the glare of Sakura. "Liar!" Sakura shouted. Naruto sighed and went back to finishing the bracers. He had just a little more to do. Kakashi looked around and saw that Sasuke was angry that he was late as well, but had not said anything. He spied Naruto under the tree and saw him working on the bracers. How had he learned to make them? The book? Possibly, but Naruto was doing it now without any reference to aid him. He would look into that later. Kakashi walked over to the middle log and set an alarm clock down on top of it. He hit it and turned to his students. "You three have until noon to get these 2 bells from me." He held up 2 silver bells on strings. "If you can get the bells from me, you pass. Ready?" He looked at Sasuke, who had tensed up ready to go, and to Sakura, already planning, and then to Naruto, who seemed completely oblivious. He sighed and looked at the 2 ready students. "Go!" And with that, the 3 of them disappeared. Naruto smiled to himself as he attached the one of the buckles. Only 3 more to go. Little did the others know, but he had sent a clone to watch while he finished the bracers. Kakashi wondered if Naruto had even heard a word he had said, but didn't have time to wonder for long, as several shuriken flew out from behind a bush directly at him. He ducked them and reached into his bag, taking out a single object. Sakura watched in confusion as Kakashi pulled out a book and started to read. And what was Naruto doing? He was still under the tree attaching another buckle. She saw a flash of orange and looked, but there was nothing there. She turned back to see Kakashi catching a kunai on his finger, then turning the page, giggling to himself. This was going to be an odd day. Sasuke, on the other hand, was setting traps and watching Kakashi. When he was ready, he jumped out and threw several kunai at the teacher. Kakashi sidestepped them easily, but one of the kunai cut a wire and threw a collection of kunai and shuriken at the ninja. Kakashi dodged those as well, realizing too late that he had been maneuvered so that the projectiles he had just dodged were heading straight for Naruto at high speed. He was about to rush and stop them when Sasuke attacked, distracting him. The clone jumped down and caught the kunai and shuriken. Using the fluid movements of the water style, each of the projectiles were thrown back at the fighting duo. Naruto smiled as he attached the last buckle. He then rolled up his sleeves and put them on. Kakashi was smiling. This boy was good. He couldn't even read his book with the Uchiha attacking him. He hadn't heard the sounds of Sasuke's previous attack harming Naruto, so he assumed the blonde was alright. He was surprised when suddenly the same shuriken and kunai he had just dodged came at him again. He and Sasuke jumped apart to dodge the oncoming barrage. There were no strings that he could see. He saw Naruto standing up now, rolling his sleeves down. Had he done this? He was so distracted that he almost missed Sakura rushing in, trying to grab one of the bells. Sakura had seen an opening. Kakashi was having a handful with Sasuke on his own, and when the attack came back from what she could only call the other, Naruto, he had left an opening. She rushed, but she wasn't as fast as the boys and completely missed as Kakashi jumped up into a tree. Naruto felt that now was a proper time to enter the battle. He released the clone that disappeared in a puff of smoke and charged in and attacked using the basic style that they taught at the academy. He wasn't very good at it because he had mostly focused on the other styles. So while Sasuke distracted him with his attacks, Naruto tried to slip in and get the bells. Kakashi was not impressed with Naruto's performance so far. The attacks were sloppy and his form was bad. But then what had happened before? It was because of this that he was completely caught off guard by Sasuke performing hand seals. Kakashi recognized the attack and jumped out of the way of the great fireball only to find Naruto in front of him standing in a different stance than before, one that he didn't recognize. Lightning style, Naruto said with a smile as he attacked, using 2 kunai instead of gathering chakra into his fingertips. He didn't want to give everything away. He attacked very quickly, far faster than before, and this time his movements weren't forced like they were before. But Naruto wasn't going for the bells. He was attacking directly, targeting specific points with the kunai. Kakashi dodged for blocked his attacks, so surprised at the sudden change that he almost missed when Sasuke joined in, also attacking directly. But for him, they were still slow and he managed to dodge or block every one of the attacks made by both the boys. It was when the boys both did spinning kicks towards Kakashi's head that the last member of Team 7 attacked. Sakura saw Kakashi raise his hands to block both the spinning kicks and saw the opening that had been created. She threw a kunai as she ran forward at full speed. The kunai struck true and both the strings of the bells were cut. Sakura dove forward to grab them as they fell. The alarm went off just as Kakashi's foot came up and caught the bells in midair. Sakura slid right under his foot, unable to catch the bells that were now between his toes. Sasuke and Naruto both jumped back from Kakashi when they heard the alarm and were disappointed to see that Kakashi still had the bells, whereas Sakura was sprawled out in the dirt. "We failed, didn't we?" Naruto asked as he dusted himself off. Sakura got up, feeling terrible. She felt that she had failed Sasuke. If she had gotten the bells, she would have given him one so they could both pass and stay together. Sasuke, on the other hand, was said. He couldn't fail, he's the number 1 in their class. In his mind, this was all Naruto's fault. If the blonde hadn't barged in, he would have been able to get the bells on his own. Now, instead of him passing like he should have, he's going to get failed and sent back along with the dead last. That was unacceptable. Sasuke started running through hand seals again, but Naruto stopped him. "Don't, you'll just waste chakra." Naruto turned to Kakashi. "Let us have one more chance. This time we'll work as a team instead of alone. But then only 2 of us will pass and not the other." Sakura pointed out as she dusted herself off. "Wrong." Kakashi shook his head. "The point of the exercise was for you all to work as a team. Only then would you have been able to get the bells from me. Didn't you see when Sasuke and Naruto attacked together, it left an opening for you, Sakura? There are 2 packets of food over by the bridge, divided up among the 3 of you. You have a half hour, and then you had better come after me with everything you have to get the bells away from me." And with that he disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the 3 alone. The students walked over to the bridge and there were indeed 2 food packets waiting for them. They each looked at the others wondering how they were going to divide them. "You too have them, I already ate this morning, a little more time won't cost me anything." Naruto turned and walked back over to the stumps, mulling over what he was going to do. "Take the weights off, he won't be expecting that. Use the other 2 as distractions." Have the girl attack at distance with kunai and shuriken. The other boy should attack him with his taijutsu. That should leave enough of an opening for you to get in and steal the bells, Kyuubi said from inside Naruto's mind. Naruto smiled as he performed the necessary hand seals and tapped first his jacket and then pants, his back to Sakura and Sasuke so they couldn't see what he was doing. He then removed his jacket, folded it up and put it down under a tree, leaving him in a white t-shirt. His necklace was now visible, but he didn't really care so long as they didn't know what it did. He looked at his forearm bracer and decided that while the other two were eating the food packets hungrily, he placed his own pattern on the blank leather. He removed the first one as he sat down and laid it against his leg. Gathering chakra into his finger, he began to work, embossing the leather. Sakura watched Naruto as she ate. This one couldn't be the dead last that had been in class with her for the past 2 years. She saw him fight. He was on par with Sasuke, once he had changed to that unfamiliar style anyway. He was smart too, not that she had ever really heard him speak much before. He had always been rather quiet in class. What had happened to him to make him like this? She decided that at first chance she would try and figure out Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke was fuming silently as he ate the food, glaring at Naruto. He didn't like Naruto before, and he didn't like him anymore now. Stopping him from trying to get the bells when the Jounin's guard was down, was he trying to keep Sasuke from passing? This wasn't the dead last that he remembered. What had changed? And what was he doing now? It looked like he was just running his finger over those bracers, but there was heat rising off. That made no sense. Why would he be burning something he just made? Sasuke brushed it off. Naruto wasn't important, getting the bells was. Regretfully, it appeared that he would need the assistance of the girl, and yes, even the dead last. When they finished eating, they walked over to Naruto who was putting the bracers back on. What they saw when they got back was the embossing Naruto had done to it. It wasn't complex, just an outline really of a fox's head, one on each bracer, each mirroring the other. Sakura had to admit they did look pretty cool. She looked at Sasuke and wondered if he could do anything like that. Sasuke, on the other hand, completely ignored the bracers. We do need a plan, and obviously a head-on attack won't work, Sakura said. We need 2 people to distract him and 1 person to go for the bells. It would have worked last time, except that we weren't working together. Both Naruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement. We shouldn't have 2 people facing him in taijutsu either, Naruto said, gaining puzzled looks from his teammates. Look, we're both good, but our styles conflict, and we were getting into each other's way. Someone should attack up close, another from distance, and the last should go for the bells. Sakura frowned. Who is going to take what part? She was not as good at fighting as Sasuke or Naruto, but her speed wasn't enough to get the bells either. Naruto flashed a grin. Sasuke should attack him in taijutsu, he's better than me. This was not true. With his styles Naruto was better, but not by much, and he didn't want to give the styles away yet. And Sakura has better aim than me with kunai and shuriken, so she should take distance. Again, not quite true. He had often made the kunai strike the practice log at the academy backwards, to practice disarming an opponent from a distance without actually harming them. But what mattered was that his 2 teammates believed it was true. So that means that I'm going in to get the kunai, and without my jacket I'll be a lot faster. What does your jacket have to do with how fast you are? Sasuke asked, sounding a little irritated. Okay, you want to know? My jacket is weighted. I'm a lot faster without it on than I am with it on. They looked over at his jacket lying under a tree, and then back at Naruto. Sakura had to admit that without his jacket on she could tell that he was in quite good shape, though in her mind Sasuke was always in the best shape and no one could compare. Naruto looked at them both. Does that sound good? He was growing impatient. Sakura nodded, she was all for it. Sasuke frowned but nodded once. Good, then let's get into position. And with that they broke, and all together went to find Kakashi. Kakashi was leaning against a tree reading his book and letting out little giggles, blushing as well. The 3 separated, taking up positions to better assist the plan. Sakura went up into the trees. Sasuke got as close as he dared and still kept hidden. Naruto found some cover to watch from, until he found the right time to strike. Sasuke started the attack, rushing in on his own, throwing kunai until he got close enough to engage the teacher in taijutsu. Sakura followed by throwing many shuriken in arching pathways towards Kakashi. Together, they managed to maneuver him out onto a path through the woods. Naruto took up a runner's starting stance a little way along the path, and when Kakashi was in his range, he moved off the ground with all his might, racing forward to Kakashi and the bells. Kakashi had realized already what they were doing, a complex team move from beginners. This was going to be interesting for sure. He was surprised when Naruto seemingly came out of nowhere and raced along the path towards him. He had never seen a genin move so fast before. There was no way he could be running that fast and still be in control of himself. Kakashi readied himself for a double attack from the two boys again, but it didn't come. The Naruto passed right by him. What? A distraction? Kakashi shifted and felt the slight weight of the two bells on his belt loop, but Sasuke and Sakura had stopped their attack. In the distance, the alarm could be heard going off. Looks like you all failed to get the bells, Kakashi sighed. It appeared that they didn't have what it took to work together. Just then, there were two dingles behind him. He reached down to his belt loop and found, not the bells, but two acorns where the bells should have been, attached with a different string. He turned to see Naruto sitting on a log, holding up both bells, grinning at the teacher. Or you could have them already. He pulled the two acorns off his belt and inadvertently ripped one end of the belt loop off. It. Looks like I'll need to repair these when I get home. He looked at the genin who were in turn watching him, Naruto juggling the bells in one hand, grinning happily. Alright, you three pass, show up here tomorrow for your first mission. Kakashi smiled at them. He looked at the genin who were in turn watching him, Naruto juggling the bells in one hand, grinning happily. You are officially Team 7. I look forward to what is to be sure quite an interesting adventure with you three. His eye looked over each of them in turn. Bye. And he was gone in a puff of smoke. Sasuke turned and headed off the field without a word. Naruto stretched his arms and yawned a little to himself. Sakura looked at Naruto and then Sasuke. Part of her wanted to chase after her heartthrob, but another part of her was wondering what Naruto was going to do. Oi! Both Sakura and Sasuke turned to Naruto, who had put his jacket back. You two want to go get something to eat? He smiled at them happily. They were a team. Why shouldn't they get to know each other over a meal? Pa, I have better things to do than waste time with something like that, Sasuke scoffed and turned, heading back home, supposedly. Sakura looked at Naruto apologetically. Maybe some other time. She turned away and ran after Sasuke, who just ignored her. I thought we were supposed to be a team. Naruto mumbled to himself. You three have a way to go before you become an actual team, Kyuubi said from inside his head. That boy, there's something up with him, not yet sure what. Maybe it has something to do with that person to kill, or whatever. Anyway, put the weight back on and go get something to eat. I'm preparing something for you, but it will have to wait until tonight. What is it, Kyuubi-sensei? Naruto thought so that only the demon could hear him. You'll see, kid, just go get something to eat. Kyuubi chuckled a little and retreated away from contact, working on whatever it was. Naruto performed the necessary seals and tapped his jacket and pants, instantly increasing their weight again. He walked off into town, wondering what the great spirit inside him had planned for him tonight. A little while later, Naruto found a little shop that looked on the verge of closing down permanently. He walked in under the sign of Ichirak Ramen and found his own little run-down paradise. Naruto spent the next hour happily sampling the different ramen that they had to offer. Luckily, he had been saving up and could pay for it all at the end. With the amount of money that he shelled out to them, the old man and his daughter could stay open for a few more days, and they would, if he promised to come back. Again, something he did without hesitation. Naruto walked back to his little apartment, smiling to himself. The old man had been reluctant to sell to him at first, but when he showed that he did indeed have the money to pay, he had been served his first ramen, and then his second and third. And with each passing bowl the man had come to smile at Naruto and then talk with him, until they were having a happy little conversation between Naruto's mouthfuls of the noodles. Naruto finally got an order from Kyuubi that he was ready and it was time to go home. Naruto paid for the ramen and bowed to both the old man and his daughter, who both smiled at him. He then left the shop and then he walked home. He walked into his home, closing and locking the door behind him before walking into the middle of the room and sitting down in a meditative position. Naruto closed his eyes and let his mind withdraw into himself. When he opened his eyes again and looked at his surroundings, he smiled at the change. Whereas before it had been dirty and smelly, now his room was clean with the faint smell of cloths, like the back room of the Wonderland clothing store. It made him feel comfortable. He walked through the passages until he came to the cage that held the great demon spirit inside him. It had been several months since Naruto had found that he could change the appearance of the areas on either side of the cage, if not the cage itself. It was for that reason that the other side of the bars appeared as Kyuubi had requested, a large barren wasteland of dried, cracked earth. Kyuubi could be seen sitting up and watching the gateway for Naruto. When he arrived, the fox stood up and walked over, kneeling down so he could look at Naruto through the gateway. "All right, sensei, what have you been planning?" Naruto sat down in a chair that he formed from his thoughts. "That guy with the silver hair, the teacher, he was going easy on you." Naruto was not surprised by this. After all, the man wasn't a jounin for nothing. If it was a real battle, you and those other two would have been dead before you could take 3 steps. Naruto nodded a little. He knew he was good after all that training, but there was only so far he could go in 2 years. From what Kido had told him the last time, he was probably only upper-level genin or lower chunin. But when he perfected the element styles, and with the chakra control and techniques that Kyuubi was teaching him, there was no doubt that he could make jounin level in another couple of years. "So what are you going to do?" Naruto looked up at the fox, curiosity brushing the other thoughts from his mind. "What I'm going to do is change your body. Specifically your senses, but there will be some other things as well." Naruto knew that his senses were weak in comparison to the demon in front of him, but he wondered how the fox was going to change him. Kyuubi smiled as he recognized the look that Naruto was giving him, curiosity with not a little apprehension. "You may as well know this is going to sting a bit, and your senses will be wild until you learn to control them. And not just your normal human senses, but I'll be giving you some of my own senses as well." Naruto bit his lip at the mention of pain, but he knew that whatever gifts came along with the pain would greatly outweigh a little time's discomfort. So he looked up and met the gold and red eyes of the fox. "All right, I'm ready." "Good," the spirit nodded. "Form a cup or bowl on your side, and follow my directions without question." Kyuubi closed his eyes and concentrated. Naruto got the distinct feeling of seals being made and chakra being channeled as he held out his hands and formed a good-sized bowl in his hands, wondering what it was for. It was then that Kyuubi's eyes opened wide, glowing red, focused on Naruto and the bowl that had been formed. Naruto was not expecting what happened next. Kyuubi spat directly into the bowl, accurately filling it to the rim. The liquid bubbled and swirled of its own accord. It was not clear, but deep red and glowing, reminding him of flowing lava. "Drink it right now. I'd rather not bite my tongue again. Be sure not to miss a drop," the demon commanded him. Naruto hesitated only for an instant before bringing the bowl to his lips and drinking the blood. He felt it burning down his throat, setting his insides on fire, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop, not with those great glowing eyes still directed at him. When the bowl was empty, it fell from his hands and he collapsed to the floor, clutching at his belly as the fire spread outward and filled his entire body. His eyes clenched shut, his teeth grinding together. He missed the changes that were happening to him. Kyuubi watched with interest as Naruto's hair turned red for an instant, and red fur sprouted down over his face and the rest of his body. His features became more fox-like, his ears got longer, teeth sharper. When his eyes opened for an instant, they were the same red and gold that looked down at him. Claws formed on his hands as the fur reached it. Most surprisingly, a red tail lashed out from between his pants and jacket, definitely a fox's tail. But then as it had come it went as well. The hair turned back to that striking blonde and the fur on his face receded. Along the rest of his body, the claws on his hands retreated and the fangs shrunk away. The tail was the last change to disappear. The fox was amused to see that Naruto's ears almost returned to normal, but they remained just a little pointed at the tops. As the last of the features disappeared, Naruto slumped, breathing hard. The pain ebbed away, leaving him as he was before. Well, almost as he was before. Sting a bit. Naruto yelled at the fox as soon as he got his voice back. He glared up at the great beast with his, once again, sky-blue eyes. I thought I was on fire. This had better be worth all that. Naruto paused and sat back, not bothering with the chair this time, then looked up at Kyuubi. What was that anyway? I mean, it wasn't blood, right? You don't have a real body here. Half right. Kyuubi settled down, his eyes no longer glowing. I've told you before, in this place we are only spirit and energy. I don't have blood, but then what did you just drink? What it was is a little bit of my essence. Because of the seal, you would have gotten it eventually, I just sped up the process a little. Does that mean you're going to disappear? Because you gave me part of yourself. Emotions ran fleeting over Naruto's face. But what he got was a barking laugh. That little bit? No, I'll be with you till the end of your days, kid. At the rate that I was being absorbed by the seal and put into you, you would have to live several hundred years. Kyuubi paused for a moment to think. Come to think of it, because of your body absorbing me, you might actually live that long. But that's a long way away. Naruto was shocked. He had never thought about living hundreds of years and in truth, would rather not at the moment. But anyway, you now have demon essence running through you, and not just when you call on my energy. This means several things. 1. You will be able to draw on more of my power with fewer ill effects. 2. You will be able to use more than just the human techniques that I've been teaching you. 3. You will be able to activate demon seals and artifacts that you may find. There are several floating around the human world. I'll show you where I've hidden 1 or 2 when you're ready. And finally, you will be able to transform to some degree. That ability will increase as you absorb more of my essence. Transform? Into what? Naruto asked, both fear and excitement audible in his voice. A demon fox. Don't worry, you'll still be you no matter what form you're in. And as of right now, you can only transform into a furry-looking human, really, with a tail. The fox yawned. We will talk about that some other time, but for now get up and walk around your apartment, get used to your new senses. When you sleep, I will instruct you on how to transform and use the additional demon senses that you have. Now go away, I want to take a nap. He turned away and walked out over the barren fields. Naruto closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was back in his apartment, lying on his back, covered in now cold sweat and a fading headache. Naruto was almost flooded by the intensity of, well, everything. He could feel every ounce of the weights on his shoulders, the smallest breeze from the crack under the window. The buzz of a fly sounded like a swarm of bees. Though it was well after sunset and he had not turned on the lights, he could see perfectly, beyond perfectly. He could read the title of a discarded scroll in a dark corner as if it was in his hands. He could smell the sweat on his body, as well as several other distinct scents. Naruto closed his eyes and tried focusing on a single smell. He found himself thinking of Kibu. Another scent reminded him of Kito. He found that he could pick out the aroma of just about anyone he had met in the past few days, including Sakura, Sasuke, and all of Team 8. Both the teachers, Kurenai and Kakashi, were harder to identify, though. He tried focusing on other things. He could smell the ramen droplets on his shirt as if there was a steaming bowl in front of him. The taste of every flavor at the same time almost overwhelmed him. Naruto realized that he was very tired when he tried to stand up and almost fell over. He made his way to his bed and lay down, not bothering to get under the covers. The bed creaked in protest at the added weight. He gritted his teeth against the sound but relaxed as it stopped. Naruto closed his eyes and tried to go to sleep, but the assault on his senses kept him awake for a long while until exhaustion finally claimed him. As Naruto slept, Kyuubi instructed him on how to control the intensity of each of his normal senses, as well as the few demon senses he had been given. Some of the demon senses were harder to get used to. He could sense the spirits of other living things, from trees and grass to animals and birds. He could even sense other ninja. It was especially useful against ninja because very few knew how to hide their spirits like they could hide their chakra, something else Naruto could sense. Naruto was really surprised when Kyuubi told him he could see auras if he focused chakra into his eyes. Kyuubi was unsure if it would work, but he instructed Naruto to try to focus on an animal, to see if he could understand what they were trying to say. As things were right then, each of the demon senses would drain chakra from him, but as he used them more and got used to them, they would drain less and do more. Also, he would not need to focus on them so much to keep them active. Another effect was that whenever he drew on one of Kyuubi's senses, he would change a little of himself until he had learned to control the senses completely. His eyes would turn red if he looked for the auras of others, his ears would change to look more like the foxes if he tried to understand the languages of the animals, and his hair would turn red if he tried to sense the spirits. As for transformation, Naruto would have to focus on fully transforming his body. When he did that, each of the demon senses would come into full action, slowly draining his chakra. But while he was transformed, he would be faster, stronger, and more agile. Kyuubi also warned that if he got angry, he may start to change involuntarily, so it was best if he kept control of his emotions. By the time they were done, it was almost morning and time for Naruto to wake up. Time passed. Naruto was bored and Kyuubi was frustrated because Naruto was bored. Sasuke was agitated as well. Only Sakura and Kakashi didn't seem to be affected. What was the reason for all of this? 2 words, yard work. It was the 6th D rank mission they had taken, Weed Mr. Sono's garden. Naruto hadn't been expecting anything big, but this was lower than he had expected by far. Their first mission had been to deliver some scrolls across the village. They took it very seriously until they found out the scrolls were only cooking recipes. The second was to walk a large set of dogs around Konoha. In truth, it was more like the dogs dragged all 3 of the genin around the village. The third had been to help a librarian reorganize the books. Naruto enjoyed the feeling of being back in the library, as it had been one of the places he used to hang out in before he had been kicked out of the orphanage. So far the worst task had been the 4th, babysitting a set of 5-year-old triplet boys. They were nightmares, each of them. None of the 3 genin could keep up with them, they didn't seem to need words to know what the others were thinking. At first it was little things, like confusing Sakura by switching names and getting upset when Sakura couldn't get them straight. Then they moved on to Sasuke, pushing him to the limits by asking him inane questions without end, such as, why? When they finally moved on to Naruto, he thought he was prepared for them. He was wrong. He should have known that tag was probably not the best idea when they looked at each other and smiled before running away from him while he counted to 20. When he started looking for them, he could have sworn they were ninja by how well they hid themselves. Then one would pop up from behind a desk suddenly and disappear just as quickly when he jumped after. By the end of that mission, Sakura was on the verge of ripping her hair out. Sasuke had a twitch in his left eye and would reach for his kunai holster if he heard the question, why? And Naruto was exhausted and ready to swear that there were 6 of them, instead of 3. Kakashi just chuckled and wished luck to the one that had to teach them when they became ninja. The mere thought caused the others to shudder. By contrast, the 5th mission was a walk in the park. Literally. They had to deliver some tools from a woodworking shop to another. Along the way they walked through one of the most beautiful parks in Konoha. It was a beautiful day and they all enjoyed it. So here they were now, weeding Mr. Sono's garden. But Kyuubi was tired of having Naruto doing such menial tasks and Naruto was eager to agree. Gods and demons, kid, you're making slower progress now than you did when you were in the academy. The demon chided Naruto as he pulled up a dandelion and threw it into the pile. Next time you go to get a mission, try and get a better one than just one of these stupid weeding jobs again. Naruto nodded and kept working. It was a hot day and all 3 of the genin were sweating. It was too hot for them to even talk with each other, so they continued to work in silence except for the occasional mumbled threat against weeds or grumbles about how much longer it was going to take. It was not quite true what Kyuubi said. Naruto and the others were improving quite quickly, but only in certain areas. The main thing that Kakashi focused on was teamwork. When they didn't have a mission, he would take them to their training grounds and give them a task to accomplish, like taking the bells from him or keeping him away from the bells. Naruto was still training hard with the demon on different techniques, and he spent time every night working on the stances for the element styles. But it was also true that on the skills that Kyuubi focused, he was not improving as quickly as he had before. Naruto kept adding weight to his jacket. Once a week, he would increase the amount by one more step. Currently, the combined weight was around 300 pounds, causing him to expend chakra to keep from showing how much weight he was carrying around. The constant use of chakra tired him, but made him stronger. Naruto brought it up when the three met at the bridge. "I am so tired of these stupid missions," Naruto said as he lay down under a tree. The other two joined him. Sasuke did so more to get out of the sun than anything else. He still disliked working with the two, but he didn't show it as much as he had before. Sakura sat down close to Sasuke. She would have sat with him anyway, but it was nice to get out of the sun. "But what can we do? We're just genin," Sakura said. Of the three, she was the most resigned to the small-time missions. Though she didn't show it, her inner mind was screaming to get out and get away from the petty missions. Sasuke just snorted. He hated the missions. He had to train, that was the only way to get stronger, and these small-time missions were doing nothing for him. I say that today, when we see the Hokage, we demand a better mission. Naruto looked at the other two to see their reactions. Sasuke perked up for a moment at the thought of a higher-rank mission. Sakura looked torn. She knew she wasn't strong, and her fighting skills were far below those of her teammates, but when she looked at Sasuke she knew he would protect her, and so if he wanted a tougher mission, she would want one too. They both looked at Naruto and nodded. "Alright, here's what we do." And the three of them leaned in, planning on how to get the Hokage to give them a better mission. Deep inside Naruto, the Kyuubi grinned. With any luck they would get a mission out of Konoha, and then he would be able to get Naruto to practice more with his demon senses, something they had been severely lacking in. Kakashi arrived last, as usual. As he took the three genin up to the Hokage's office he noted the difference. They acted as though they were planning something. The Hokage was sitting behind his desk as usual when they arrived. Today, Irika was with him, handing out the mission assignments. As their next set of duties were being read off, Naruto looked at the other two and rolled his eyes. "Oh, come on," Naruto complained. He usually wasn't loud, but he felt it was necessary in these circumstances to get what he wanted. "All we've been doing is these stupid little things. Why can't we get something bigger? We're ready for it." The other two genin nodded in agreement. Kakashi just groaned to himself. He was going to get in trouble for this, he just knew it. "You idiot," Irika yelled at Naruto. He was not pleased with the outburst, especially when it was his turn to be working with the Hokage. "You're just genin, and even with Sakura and Sasuke, you aren't ready to take on even a C-class mission." Though he probably didn't mean it this time, that comment really got under Naruto's skin. "You think I'm useless, is that it?" He spoke softly, but with an edge on it that reminded some of the ring of steel as it slid out of a sheath. When he looked up at Irika, his eyes burned with cold, contained anger. "I am not useless, and I could prove it if you gave me a chance." This action startled Sakura and Sasuke. It wasn't in the plan at all, and they had never heard Naruto speak like that before. It shook them deeply. Kakashi was tensed and ready to step in if something happened, when a little laugh from the Hokage completely broke the mood. "All right," he chuckled from under his large hat. "You others agree with him that you think you are ready?" Naruto just stared at him as Sasuke and Sakura nodded in turn. "Then you'll get your C-class mission. Your mission is to protect a Mr. Tazuna on his trip back to the Wave Country. From there you will protect him until the completion of the bridge before returning." "But sir," Iruak interrupted, "they're just genin. Everyone deserves a chance, Irika, remember that." The old man smiled around his pipe. Naruto smiled back at the Hokage. He was getting not only a better mission, but a mission outside of Konoha. Now show in Mr. Tazuna, so they may meet the one they are going to be looking after. Irika nodded his assent, finally giving up the point as he got up and went to the door. Opening it, he ushered in a man in his late 50s holding a bag on his back and a bottle of sake in his hand. "These shrimps are supposed to protect me?" he asked, his voice only slightly slurred by the sake that he had drunk. "They look like a bunch of brats to me, especially the short one." Naruto frowned at the man. Already he didn't like him. He was supposed to spend time protecting him? This was going to be a long mission. The fact that Sakura giggled at his comment about the short one was not helping at all. Naruto knew he was short. "Many surprises come from the least expected source," Naruto said. The man stopped the bottle halfway to his lips and looked at Naruto, a slow grin spreading across his face. I like you, kid, that was a good one. I was half expecting you to fly off the handle. He laughed and turned to look at the Hokage and then Kakashi. Well? When do we leave? Kakashi turned to the genin. You have 20 minutes to get packed for a 4-day trip. Don't take anything you don't absolutely need. Meet at the east gate with your bags ready. Yes, sensei, they chorused before running out. Naruto ran back to his little apartment, grabbed his stuff, and shoved it into a backpack. Grabbing all his kunai, shuriken, and senbon needles, he packed some into the bag and put the rest into his secret pockets in the jacket and pants. Relax, kid. You're not going to war here. This is just a guard mission. And you're going to spend it training, but Kyuubi laughed. Pack half of your shuriken and kunai, don't worry about the needles. Besides, you aren't as good with them as you are with the others. Don't bring any medical stuff either. I can heal any injury you sustain. Naruto nodded and took the demon's advice, packing only as instructed. A change of clothes, along with the weapons, went into his bag. He also brought the forearm bracers, and at Kyuubi's instruction, a pair of sunglasses and a bandana. I'll explain later, kid, when you need them. With everything packed, Naruto ran to the east gate. The others were already there. Sorry I'm late, he apologized. My apartment isn't that close to this gate. You're not late, you're actually right on time, Kakashi said, as he stood off to the side with Tazuna. Well, time to go. And with that they all started walking east, towards the coast where Wave Country was located. As they walked, Kakashi explained to them a little about the other ninja countries. Many countries have hidden villages, so they aren't reliant on the 5 great shinobi countries. Examples of this are Hidden Waterfall and Hidden Grass. Wave Country currently doesn't have the infrastructure to bring in the things necessary to make and sustain a hidden village. So, these other hidden villages, do they have Kage? I mean, is there Kyuzakage in Grass, or a Takakage in Waterfall? Sakura piped up, curiosity getting the better of her shy nature. Nope, only the 5 great shinobi countries have Kage to lead them. The villages just have an elder or powerful ninja to lead them, but they do not have the title of Kage. To get the title, they would have to be recognized by the other great countries, and there are some standards and things that are too boring to get into. Naruto was walking ahead of the others. It was a bright day, so when he put on the sunglasses, nobody thought to question him about it. He started to focus chakra into his eyes as Kyuubi instructed him. At first, nothing happened, but then differences started to appear. The trees became greener, they seemed to blur, as if the outline was solid but the colors started to bleed, mixing and interacting with the colors surrounding them. It wasn't just the trees but every living thing. A bird stood out in the tree as a vibrant ruby as it sang. Naruto had to restrain himself from trying to understand the song. If his ears changed, it would be a dead giveaway as to the change that had come over him. Overall, the feeling from his surroundings, from the trees, was contentment. There was plenty of sunlight and water under the ground for them, the soil was fertile and they had all they could need. He glanced back at his teammates and teacher. Sakura's aura was pink with a tinge of blue that only spread a little way from her body, not as free as the trees' auras. As she glanced over at Sasuke, the intensity of the pink increased while the blue almost disappeared. Sakura blushed and looked away, and slowly the colors returned to as they had been. The different colors represent the different emotions, Kyuubi said. Depending on the intensity and color, you can see how a person feels and how strongly. This is the first level of the demon eyes. The pink of the girl is her affection for the other boy, the blue is her confidence. When she looks at the boy, her affection grows but her confidence disappears to almost nothing. For now, use the colors to identify emotions, but by the end of this trip, you should be able to work without the colors and know instinctively what a person's aura is. Naruto nodded and turned to look at his other teammate. Sasuke shocked him. There were no bright colors, only very dark ones. Black, dark blue, and dark green surrounded him. Black was the greatest color, blue the second, and the dark green last. As Naruto looked more, there seemed to be another color, covering the others. It reminded him of the shifting colors that one sees when looking at oil. Black is anger and hatred, undirected and wild, the most dangerous kind. That boy has a lot of it. I wonder what could have made him that way. Kyuubi sounded a bit intrigued but moved on to the next color nonetheless. Blue, as I said before, is confidence. As you know, he is very confident in his abilities and strength. Green is envy. This is a curious boy. He seems to have everything, and yet he is full of anger and envy. Just one more thing, that shimmer around him, that is the aura of madness. This boy is not the most stable of people mentally. Be careful of him in future if you see that aura increase. What are you looking at? Sasuke snapped at Naruto. He had apparently noticed him looking and was not pleased. Naruto just smiled and turned around. He would look at Kakashi later if he could. Naruto kept his demon eyes activated as they kept walking. It was then that he noticed the puddle. It was about 20 feet ahead of them and it shimmered blue, with some of that aura of madness. There was a new color as well, a shimmering purple. And when Naruto looked closer he saw that it was not just one, but two auras. Killing intent, that is the purple color. Be careful, those are human auras. Someone is hiding there and laying in ambush. You most likely will be attacked, be on guard. They walked past the puddle without event. It wasn't until after they had walked past the puddle that they were attacked. So quiet that not even Kakashi seemed to notice a figure rise from the puddle, another person on his back. They both had metal gauntlets on their arms. One had it on his left hand while the other had it on his right. Oddly, the gauntlets were connected by a long spiked chain. Naruto whirled around at the sound of metal rattling. He grabbed a set of kunai out of his holster and got them ready, but it was too late. Kakashi was wrapped fully in the chains. One down, said the one with the gauntlet on his left hand. Both figures yanked on the chain and it shredded through the figure of Kakashi. Next, both figures appeared on either side of Naruto. Two down, said the other. But it was not true. Sasuke jumped into the air. He threw a shuriken and pinned the chain to a tree, then a kunai through the hole in the shuriken so that the chain could not be removed. The nin tried to pull free but could not. As Sasuke came down, Naruto spun chakra around the kunai in his hands as Kibu taught him and stabbed both the attackers in the elbow of their arms that had the gauntlets. The point that he aimed for was one that Kito had taught him with her lightning style. He managed to completely immobilize their arms while the chakra cauterized the wounds so they wouldn't bleed to death. Sasuke came down, grabbed the gauntlets, one in each hand and turned. Then he kicked his feet out behind him and kicked the attackers in the face. It was at this point that the chains broke away from the gauntlets. The two were phased for a moment by the kicks, but it wasn't enough to stop them. One attacked Naruto while the other rushed at Sakura and Tazuna. Naruto only had a moment to bring his arms up. With his good arm, the attacker spun a kunai out of the pouch on his leg, seeming to ignore his inability to feel anything below the elbow of his other arm other than burning pain. Naruto felt the sting of his attacker's kunai across the back of his hand before there was a black blur and the attack on him stopped. Sasuke landed and saw one of the ninja launching himself at Sakura and Tazuna. He wasted no time in putting himself between the attacker and his apparent target, the bridge builder. But nothing happened. In a blur of black, Kakashi appeared. Under each of his arms was one of the disabled ninja. What they had thought was Kakashi before was instead wooden logs that had only appeared to be him. Kakashi wasted no time in tying both of the attackers to a nearby tree. It seems that we have several problems currently. These are Mist Chunin. From what I saw, their target was Mr. Tazuna. Now through the mission grade selection process, the worst that can be expected for a C-class mission is occasional bandits. Only in A or B-class missions are the enemies expected to be other ninja. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said in a pleading tone. We aren't ready to fight other shinobi. But we already accepted the mission. But that leads to another problem. Naruto has been injured, and the kunai used against him was most likely poisoned. The others turned to look at Naruto and at his cut hand. Naruto looked down at his hand where the cut was. It was not healing and already he could feel a burning sensation eating its way up his arm. Thankfully, Kito had insisted on teaching him at least a little first aid. With the others watching, he pulled off his jacket and grabbed the bandana from his bag, quickly using it to tie a tourniquet around his upper arm. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura asked him. The sight of blood still dripping from his hand was making her a little sick. I'm going to draw out the poison. I refuse to be the weakness that makes this mission turn back. He twirled a kunai in his other hand and brought it down, cutting it diagonally across the back of his cut hand, gritting his teeth against the pain. Soon the burning sensation lessened and completely died away. That's all very good, Naruto, and you did the right things, but that cut is too big and too deep. If it isn't treated properly, you could bleed to death. Naruto wished he could hit the man, but he was right. The cut was too deep, and for a normal person that could have meant a long, slow death of blood loss. Naruto was not a normal person. Without saying anything, Naruto reached up with his good hand and untied the bandana from his upper arm. He started to tie it around his hand to stop the blood loss. Naruto, that. Kakashi's voice trailed off as he reached out to stop Naruto. But what he saw made him pause. The cut that Naruto had made was already healing. By the look of it, there wouldn't even be a scar. Kakashi looked up to find Naruto staring at him, challenging him to say anything. There was coldness in those blue eyes, which made Kakashi take another moment to think. That should do it, but I'll have to examine the cut later. Alright, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto managed a small smile as he looked at the jounin in front of him. He still had some reservations about him, but maybe, just maybe, he could trust this man enough to let him into his life. Naruto took that moment to finish tying the back of his hand off with the bandana, though it was almost unnecessary now, and to examine the aura of his teacher. He didn't even bother trying to identify the colors, but instead just tried to identify the feelings that came from each color. Currently, at the top was a lot of curiosity mixed with a little apprehension. But there was a great deal of confidence, and much like the trees, there was the green calm. Kakashi turned back to their attackers, only to find them glaring at him. His response was to start ticking off on fingers. Sunny day, plus no rain for days, equals no puddles. He smiled at them. Well, we'd love to stay and all, but we have to be going. Someone should be along to pick you up in a little while. He then turned to Tazuna, who was looking more than a little worried. Now that Naruto has been taken care of, I have some questions for you. Please, I beg you, just take me to my village, I'll explain everything. Just please. Get me home to my daughter and grandson, Tazuna pleaded with Kakashi. Wave Country, my home, is failing. This bridge is its last hope. Ever since the crime lord Gato set up business. He's the one in charge of the shipping between the islands of Wave and the mainland, among other things. The rates he charges are severe, but that is not the only thing. Since he started, he's been moving in drags and other things, and the mercenaries that he uses to guard them are scaring away all the people who have enough money to get out. All I ask is that you get me to the site. It's true that I lied. Gato will do anything to see that I die and that the bridge is left unfinished. Please, get me there. Give my people a fighting chance. Naruto examined his aura and noticed he was telling the truth, and he was sincere about his feelings. I don't know about you too, Naruto said as he cleaned off the kunai that he had used against the ninja. Everyone turned to look at him. But I say we finish the mission. Besides, it might be interesting to fight some ninja from another village. That comment really sparked Sasuke's curiosity, and through him Naruto knew that he had Sakura hooked. Sakura really looked worried about the prospect of facing against other ninja, but she would follow Sasuke to the depths of hell, so eventually she agreed. That's settled, come on. Kakashi turned, and with Tazuna and the three genin they headed down the road and onward to Wave Country. Everyone stayed on higher guard throughout the rest of the journey. Well, they presumed Kakashi was on higher alert. It was hard to tell when he was reading his book and giggling every few minutes. The group managed to get a boat across from the mainland to Wave Country. There was a dense fog around them. It was so dense that they almost didn't see the bridge before it loomed above them out of the fog. The bridge was huge, but only about 3/4 finished. The pilot dropped them off on a short pier close to Tazuna's house. They were about half the way there when all of Naruto's senses went wild. Danger! They screamed at him. He whirled around and grabbed Sakura and Tazuna, pulling them down with him. Everyone down! Kakashi yelled. He was just in time. A massive blade, more akin to a giant cleaver than a sword, spun through the air above them. It lodged in a tree the lake's shore. By the time they recovered, There was a man standing on the long handle of the blade. Watch, but do not interfere, the Kyuubi's voice deep inside Naruto spoke. Look at his aura. That man is both mad and very confident in his abilities. That means that unless the madness has changed into delusion, he is quite powerful if he thinks he can take on your Jounin instructor. So watch, and unless I tell you to, do not interfere. So Naruto watched. There was talk for a minute, and as Kakashi prepared for the fight he reached up to reveal his left eye, what Sasuke called the Sharingan, copy wheel eye. I believe that now is a time to activate the second level of the demon eyes. Close your eyes. Focus more chakra through the basic chakra molding seal and then fold it back into your eyes. That should be enough to trigger the second level. Naruto brought his hands together in the seal and focused his chakra as Kyuubi directed. When he opened his eyes, Sakura was screaming as Kakashi was chopped in half by their attacker, who was named Zabuza. What Naruto saw shocked him a little. The Kakashi that was chopped in half had a small blue aura, as did the attacking Zabuza. They aren't real, watch. The great demon didn't lie. The Kakashi dissolved into water that splashed against the ground. Another Kakashi appeared behind the Zabuza and put a kunai to his neck. This Kakashi had a more substantial aura of many colors, glowing brightly under his skin. He is real. The second level of the demon eyes allows you to see a person's strength and the skills that they use. It will also let you see the movements of chakra used outside the body. What you saw was a Mizu Bunshin. Water clone. That was why it had a blue aura, it was a water technique. It's a fake Kakashi, Naruto shouted, but the real Zabuza was already behind him. Kakashi only had time to duck the swing of the sword, and even that wasn't enough. He was flying through the air from Zabuza's kick and landed in the water. Another instant later, Zabuza had Kakashi trapped in a Suru no Jutsu, water prison technique. Kakashi yelled at them to get away. Their duty was to protect Tazuna, not fight Zabuza. Zabuza wasn't even waiting for their answers. Using a one-handed seal, he channeled chakra and a Mizu Bunshin formed on the edge of the water closest to the three genin. In an instant the clone was attacking. Naruto only had an instant to release the seal and bring his arms up to block the kick before it connected. Even with all his weights and training, he was thrown backwards by the kick. In the process, his forehead protector flew off. Naruto landed on his back. His instant reaction was to scramble up. He's so strong. Naruto couldn't think. He inadvertently dropped the chakra flow to his eyes and the red of the demon eyes faded to his natural blue. Kid. We don't stand a chance. The clone was standing on his forehead guard, glaring at Naruto, and Naruto was afraid. Kid. We've got to run. Naruto stumbled back, tripped over a rock and fell down. He threw out his hand to break his fall and the bandana caught his eye. He looked away from the clone of the man, finally hearing the voice from inside his head. Get a hold of yourself. Kyuubi barked at him, finally getting his attention. That is his killing intent. It's strong enough to impact your base instincts to run. But a human can overcome his instincts. Or are you an animal? Kyuubi spat the last word. I don't train animals. Now stand up and face him. Naruto stood up, shaking off the killing intent. I don't run. Naruto stood up, feeling contempt for himself for falling for something so simple. And I want that back. He pointed at the forehead protector. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura asked. Her voice was full of fear of the man with the giant sword. Getting my forehead protector back. A quick series of seals and Naruto swiped a hand over his jacket and another over his pants. Another instant and he was off. All Sakura could see was a blur of motion right at the clone and the forehead protector. The clone reacted as Zabuza would, with a kick at his chest, but Naruto wasn't there. Naruto slid under the clone, one hand grabbing the forehead protector as the others sliced up the leg of the clone with a kunai. The clone couldn't hold form with damage, so even though the cut wasn't fatal, it was enough to make the clone dissolve. Naruto stood up and tied the forehead protector behind his head. Here is a name for you to remember, Naruto said, straightening the forehead protector with one hand. The person who will become the greatest ninja in the entire world. His hand slipped down and pulled off the sunglasses, revealing his piercing blue eyes. Uzumaki Naruto. Now let him go. Sakura watched the blonde-haired boy. She was sure that he had snapped when he rushed at the clone. But he had won, and the clone was nothing more than a puddle of water. There was more to it than just battle prowess, though. Naruto was standing there, putting on his forehead protector, and declaring to the man with the long sword that he was going to be the greatest ninja in the world. She had never seen him look this way. So composed and calm, so sure of himself, but greatest of all, how brave he was. A little blush crept into her cheeks as she looked at him. Tazuna watched the boy. He had thought little of the boy when he first saw him. But when they had been first attacked, he had been poisoned and unflinchingly cut his own hand to release the blood and poison. And here he was now, facing down a strong opponent and not even blinking. The boy made him smile, and feel slightly braver by association. Silently, he cheered for the boy. Kakashi knew the boy was stubborn, but this was going a bit far. Obviously Naruto did not know who he was dealing with. He had to admit, though, the boy earned his respect when he didn't abandon him. Naruto, you don't understand. This man is too strong for you. He is called. Kakashi spoke from inside the bubble of water, but was cut off by Zabuza. So you know about my little nickname, said Zabuza, with what could only be called glee in his voice. He turned to the genin. Sakura and Sasuke were still guarding Tazuna, while Naruto stood on the edge of the lake. All were watching Zabuza. By the time I was your age, my hands had already been bathed in blood. Sakura started to tremble in fear, Sasuke's face hardened but he didn't move, and Naruto seemed unfazed by the revelation. 14 years ago, I killed every member of that year's graduating class in Hidden Mist, and I've been unstoppable ever since. That is why I am called the Demon Zabuza. Sakura's trembling increased and even Sasuke seemed a bit shaken by the bloody revelation. Tazuna took a step back, disgusted and frightened by the murderer. Kakashi remained silent, not able to look at the man who had trapped him. Naruto's reaction snapped the others out of their respective imaginations gone wild. He laughed. At first no one was quite sure where the incongruous sound was coming from, but slowly all eyes focused on Naruto. A demon? Naruto laughed even harder. Then, as quickly as it had come, it stopped, and Naruto's voice became deadly serious. You know nothing of demons. Show him, kid. Show him what a mistake he made. Show him a true demon, Kyuubi growled. He started to feed his chakra to the boy. Red energy started to seep out from his body. I'll show you a demon. Naruto spoke softly, but they all heard him. The red demon chakra mingled with his own yellow chakra. The combination looked like an eerie fire burning within him. Everyone could feel the moments passing as his presence became stronger. Only Kakashi noticed, but Zabuza's hand started to shake a little as he watched the blue-eyed boy. Suddenly, Naruto disappeared in a blur of red and yellow. All that remained was a single kunai that flew fast and hard, straight at Zabuza. Zabuza managed to catch the kunai and throw it back into the air just before the exploding note attached to it detonated. But it was too late for him anyway. Naruto appeared in front of him, supported by the force of his power on top of the water. Two chakra wings formed in the air behind him, arching high and back. Keton, Ryuza Hain Hidofuki no Jutsu, Fire type, Dragon Wing Gust technique. Naruto spoke as the wings came down. Zabuza pulled his arm out of the watery orb that held Kakashi prisoner and tried to escape the attack. He managed to dodge the direct attack, even though it had gone off right in front of him, but he didn't escape completely. His right arm was caught in the blast and burning gashes formed all along it. He cried out in pain. Kakashi had managed to dive under the water as soon as the Surui no Jutsu, water prison technique, was released and was saved from the attack. You brat, Zabuza snarled, forming a one-handed seal. 6 Mizu Bunshin, water clones, formed around Naruto, drawing their swords. Die, he yelled as the clones attacked, but Naruto was already forming seals. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. A dozen Narutos formed into existence on either side of each of the Mizu Bunshin, water clones. Each one burned with the fire that Naruto had, their kunai spinning. Zabuza's clones didn't stand a chance. In an instant they returned to water, but in that moment, Zazuba managed to escape. Naruto looked around, but couldn't see the man who had dared to call himself a demon. Naruto closed his eyes and let his natural senses go to their unnatural limits. Still, nothing could be found of Zabuza, though there were traces of another presence. Someone had been watching the battle. "Kid, you're at your limit. Power down right now," Kyuubi ordered from Naruto's mind. "You had better come to me. We have things to talk about." "Yes, sensei," Naruto whispered. He felt the red chakra drain away, and the strain on his body started to show. His senses returned to normal and his eyes started to droop. The yellow chakra faded away and he could no longer support himself over the water. Naruto blacked out before he hit. Kakashi swam up from the bottom of the lake and broke through the water's surface. He walked over to Naruto and, after making sure that Zabuza was gone, picked him up and pulled his forehead protector back down over his left eye. He carried Naruto back to land. Sakura was still too shocked to say anything. What had happened? It was all so fast that she couldn't follow it all. What about all that energy? Could that really have come from Naruto? So many questions bombarded her that she didn't know where to start asking them. But the first one that came to her lips when Kakashi stepped onto land was not about what had happened. "Kakashi-sensei, will he be all right?" she asked, stepping forward to look at the boy in his arms. Kakashi looked at her for a long moment before answering. "He'll be all right. He's just exhausted after putting out all that chakra at once." He walked over to them, holding Naruto in his arms as though he were asleep. Sasuke watched Naruto suspiciously. What had happened? Where did all that power come from? And those techniques, chakra wings, and then clones that could fight back? Naruto had never used those techniques before, never even hinted at them, not once. But why hide such strength and such powerful techniques? Now he wanted to know Naruto's secrets as well, and gain the knowledge of power, so that he could kill his brother. "Mr. Tazuna, if it would be all right, I would like for us all to find a place to rest. Is it very much further to your house?" "What?" Tazuna tore his eyes away from Naruto in Kakashi's arms. "No, it's not far right this way." He walked off flanked by Sakura on one side, Sasuke on the other. When they got to the house, Kakashi was directed to a room by Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, where he could lay Naruto down to rest. When he returned, everyone was looking at him expectantly, except for Tsunami, who was cooking dinner. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura started hesitantly. "What happened? Was that really Naruto? He seemed so different." She shivered a little at the memory of the power that Naruto had given off and how it has scared her. "I want to know where he got all that power, and those techniques," Sasuke added before looking at Kakashi suspiciously. "Did you teach those to him?" "I just want to know if he'll be all right," Tazuna said. All eyes turned on Kakashi, waiting for him to answer their questions. "He'll be all right, it's just chakra exhaustion. It happens to the best of us, even me sometimes. He'll wake up when he's recovered, but I honestly don't know when that will be. As for the techniques, no, I didn't teach those to him and I don't know where he learned them. But yes, that was Naruto, through and through. Anything else and you'll have to ask him. Please be careful, he may not want to answer, and you are not to pressure him." It was at this point that Tsunami's wonderful timing came into action and she called them all to dinner. Sakura and Sasuke tried to ask Kakashi more questions, but he would not answer them. Instead, he told them to go rest because tomorrow they would be doing more training, with or without Naruto. The next day, when Kakashi came to look in on Naruto at sunrise, all he found was a note saying that Naruto had gone out training on his own and would be back that night or the next day. It worried Kakashi that Naruto would be staying out at night on his own, but after the boys' display the previous day, it didn't worry him too much. Kakashi woke the other two genin and told them to eat and meet him out in the forest. Sakura tried to ask him about Naruto, but Kakashi was already gone. They each ate a little and ran out into the forest where Kakashi was waiting for them. "All right, for training today you will be climbing trees." Sakura had been about to ask him about Naruto, but the announcement about what their training would consist of immediately caught her attention. "Kakashi-sensei, how will climbing trees count as training?" "I'm glad you asked, allow me to show you." He closed his eye and put his hand into the basic chakra molding seal. After a moment, he walked towards one of the trees and right up the side of the trunk as though it was level ground. He continued up the tree and along a branch until he was standing upside down above their heads. This training will help you master your chakra control, it will help you learn to gather chakra as you move, and it will increase your chakra reserves. All are important if you are to grow as a ninja. Kakashi unstuck himself from the branch. As he fell, he flipped over so he landed on his feet. Use your kunai to mark how high you get each time, and aim to get higher. I will be back tonight to get you for dinner, and with that he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Dean Annette. Sakura had been reaching for a kunai when she realized that she had forgotten to ask Kakashi about Naruto. Sasuke already had a kunai in hand when Sakura spoke, and gave her a quizzical look. She sighed and looked over at Sasuke, her crush, and saw him looking at her and blushed. Do you think Naruto will be alright? That idiot, Sasuke snorted. He'll be up in a day or two and jumping around like usual. He didn't care at all about Naruto. His only interest was to ask him about the power, and see if he could learn how to get that strong himself. For now we should train, let Kakashi worry about Naruto, and he started to gather chakra into his feet. I guess you're right, she sighed. And so they went for them, training away, running up and down the trees until they could hardly move. Naruto had left the house very early in the morning, about an hour before sunrise. Kyuubi had told him that they would be going to see an old friend of his. Naruto was a little hesitant about going to see an old friend of a demon like Kyuubi, but he went along with it, listening to the directions that Kyuubi gave him on how to get there. It would require him to use his demon form, and Kyuubi told him it would be a good time to learn to control the other demon senses. Following Kyuubi's directions, Naruto headed east until he got to the edge of the island. Luckily, there was a thick mangrove forest where he could hide the stuff that he would not be taking with him. He took off his jacket and shirt, leaving on his fox pendant. He removed his shoes and socks, then his pants, but left his boxers on. He wrapped his other clothing in his jacket and set the bundle in the roots of a tree where no one would find it, and set his shoes on top. All Naruto kept with him were his boxers, equipment pouch, fox pendant, and his forehead protector, which he tied around his left arm. When he was all done, he moved to where the roots of the mangroves met the ocean and started the transformation. It itched at first, as fur started to prickle up through his skin. The itchiness gave way to pain when his ears started to change. It began was a dull ache but turned into a sharp pain as the ears moved upward to the top of his head. His face changed as well, making him clutch at it with hands that were turning into paws, but stopped halfway there. A tickle started at the back of his head and moved down his neck. It picked up speed and intensity as it moved down his back. When it reached the end of his spine, there was a sharp jab and a tail burst through. There was a moment of uncertainty between the form of a fox and that of a human before the two settled for half and half, and the aches and pains stopped. So, Naruto spun around to face the source of the voice, to find Kakashi leaning against a tree some 40 feet away. Are you still Naruto, or are you Kyuubi? There was no hostility evident in his voice, but from Naruto could see with the demon eyes, Kakashi was nervous and had a fair amount of chakra built up if he needed to fight. I'm still Naruto, but Kyuubi has been teaching me. I don't want to fight you, Kakashi. Naruto held up his hands to show he wasn't armed and realized that he had grown sharp claws that could indeed be used as weapons. He quickly lowered his hands. Can I trust you? Kyuubi is, or was, a very dangerous demon. You of all people should know this. Kakashi remained next to the tree and watched Naruto with his normal eye, leaving the forehead protector down over his other eye. Naruto tried to think, tried to find some way to reassure Kakashi that he could be trusted, that he would be back. He found himself looking down at his left arm, where the forehead protector was tied. Kakashi, I am a ninja of leaf. I wear the symbol. I swear to you, so long as I wear the forehead protector of leaf, I will never betray my fellow ninja. He looked directly at Kakashi as he spoke. Every word enunciated so it could not be mistaken. They locked eyes for a moment, before Kakashi pushed himself off the tree and turned around. Try to get back tonight, Tsunami's cooking her famous dumplings, and I'm sure you don't want to miss them, he called over his shoulder, smiling at the kitsune. Thank you, Kakashi. Naruto bowed before performing a backflip and dove into the water. Good luck, Naruto. Naruto swam out, headed due west, only his head and the tip of his tail visible above the surface. He swam for many hours, altering his course at times as Kyuubi directed him. After several hours, a heavy mist rose and surrounded him, but he didn't stop swimming. Even when his muscles ached and waves washed over his head, he didn't stop. "Here we come, sister," Kyuubi spoke from the depths of Naruto's mind. Finally something took form in the fog, a small island no more than a few feet across. At its center there was a small stone pillar, at the top of which there was a small shrine. Within the shrine burned 4 blue flames. Carved on the top was a snake, wrapped around the peak of the shrine, 4 tails came down to the 4 corners. "This is the shrine of the 4-tailed demon serpent, Shibi. We are here so that you may receive her blessing and be acknowledged as my successor. Take a white hair from your tail, place it in the dish between the candles, clap 4 times and call out her name." Naruto did as he was told. Taking a white hair from the tip of his tail, he dropped it into the dish in between the 4 blue candles. He clapped 4 times and called out the name. "What happens now?" Naruto asked. He watched the single hair burn and the smoke drift off into the fog surrounding them. "We wait, change back to your human form and rest," Kyuubi spoke calmly. "The call has gone out to her, she will recognize the chakra in the call, but she'll be coming from anywhere in the underwater world of oceans. My advice is to make yourself comfortable while you wait." Naruto sat down and started to change back. It happened in almost perfect reverse order from how it started. First the tail disappeared and his ears moved back into position. His face became human and the fur disappeared, until finally he was sitting on the small island in just his boxers. He moved his forehead protector from his arm to his forehead. He sat down in a meditative position and closed his eyes. He focused chakra to flow around his body, to keep him warm in the cool mist. Sakura was exhausted. She had pretty good chakra control, and had managed to run quite high on the tree repeatedly. But now she was running low on power. She was lying back against the tree she had been running up, breathing hard and covered in scratches from branches that whipped her as she ran up the trunk. She looked over when she heard a grunt of exertion. Sasuke had just landed, and was looking up at his latest mark. It was high, a good 20 feet above the last, and he was starting to feel the effects of all the chakra he was putting out, and the strain he was putting on his body. But it wasn't nearly enough to make him stop yet. Sakura watched in awe as Sasuke started running up the tree again. He was so much stronger than her, braver than her, and cooler than her. She blushed as she watched him continue. But that also sparked off another memory, Naruto. Standing at the edge of the lake, facing down a man that scared her so much she couldn't move. Then he showed strength they never knew that he had. And now as far as she knew, he was unconscious in that room, recovering from the strain of battle. She worried about him. Even Kakashi had said that he didn't know if or when Naruto would wake up. He had put a lot of strain on his body. She said to herself that she would check on him as soon as they returned to the house. It was at this point that Sasuke landed again and spun around, ready for a fight. He lowered the kunai once Kakashi came from around the tree. "Kakashi," Sakura got up. "How is Naruto?" "Naruto is fine, Sakura. In fact, he's out doing an errand right now." Kakashi looked up at the trees, examining the kunai marks for how high they got. "An errand?" Sasuke said, disbelieving. "Why isn't he training with us?" "He is still recovering from the battle," Kakashi lied. Sakura believed him, but Sasuke was skeptical. "When he returns, I'm sure he'll be ready for training." "When will he be back?" Sasuke asked suspiciously. Kakashi scratched the back of his head. "Tonight? Maybe tomorrow? I don't really know when he'll be back. But he said he would try for tonight." Both of his students looked at him for a very long moment. Kakashi could not meet the eyes of either of them. That made Sakura worried, but more than a little suspicious, wondering what was really going on and where Naruto could be. Sasuke, on the other hand, became more suspicious and envious, thinking that Naruto was receiving special training of some kind. Sasuke frowned and turned back to the tree. Gathering chakra, he ran and started to climb as Kakashi had shown them. But when he started to lose his footing and made his slash, the mark was back down where his last was. His emotions made it harder for him to control his chakra, and he didn't make any more progress the rest of the day he trained. Sakura was affected in the same way, though with worry more than anger, but with her limited chakra supply along with emotion conflict she seemed to be doing worse as time passed. Kakashi watched them, frowning at how they let their emotions get the better of them. But at the same time he was also worried about Naruto. Eventually when the sun was about to set he called an end to their training and said it was time for them to return to the house for dinner. When they returned to the house there was still no sign from Naruto and their worry started to grow, but for more reasons than just Naruto. By the way, Kakashi figured Itsubuzo would be fully healed in less than a week and would probably try to make another attempt at Tazuna's life. Kakashi would remain with Tazuna during the day while the two young genin trained. Furtive glances were made at the open spot left for Naruto, but not comments were made while they ate. Sakura most of all seemed worried about the fate of her teammate. Tazuna saw how worried she looked and reached over to put a hand on her shoulder. "Don't you worry," he said calmly. "He'll be all right. I have seen a will like his once before. He'll be back and stronger than ever." "Who will, Yuri?" Tazuna's grandson asked. The little boy had said very little during the meal, but sounded genuinely curious about who they were talking about. "You'll know him when you see him, Inari," Tazuna replied. Naruto in the meantime was trying to meditate, but it was getting harder with the more and more insistent growling of his stomach. Normally he would have dived down and caught a fish, but Kyuubi had warned him that it was a sacred area and would be very bad for him to kill one of the fish. Nightfall had come and if anything the fog had gotten thicker. There was no wind, no stars, not even shapes could be made out in the endless fog. The only thing he had to look at was the small stone shrine and 4 blue candles. He was about to complain to Kyuubi about waiting for so long when a wail emerged from the fog. It sounded like a long drawn-out cry. Naruto sprang to his feet and looked around, for it was impossible to determine where the sound had come from. The sound became louder slowly, as if the source was approaching. "Here she comes," Kyuubi said, amusement in his voice. "Tell her to cut out the act and show herself." "Fouth sister," Naruto called into the fog. "Show yourself. I will not play your games." Naruto tried to sound braver than he felt. It shocked him when the sound immediately stopped and a female voice emerged from the fog. "Only a few beings have ever addressed me that way." The voice had an almost unnatural flow to it, amusement and curiosity evident in her tone. "You do not look like one of them." The voice got closer and Naruto faced the direction, starting to make out a shape in the fog. "But something about you does indeed remind me of one of them." And it was his chakra I sensed in the call. "Who are you, boy?" The figure fully emerged from the fog on the direct opposite side of the shrine from Naruto. She was taller than him, though that was not hard, and oddly enough, human. Naruto corrected himself when she stepped up to the side of the island, but not stepping onto the island itself. Instead, standing on the surface of the water, she was human-looking. Long blue-green hair spilled down her back and over her shoulders, covering her bit, for she was wearing no clothing. Naruto was spared a nosebleed when he closed his eyes very quickly. "I am Uzumaki Naruto," he said, eyes still closed. "Could you please put some clothes on?" "Do you not find this form pleasing, human?" she asked. She had light bubbling laughter that made Naruto blush. "All right, I shall agree to your request." There was another sound that Naruto could never quite explain. When it stopped he opened his eyes slowly. It was an improvement, though admittedly not much of one. What covered her now was what Naruto guessed was seaweed, put together to form some form of covering. As Naruto looked over her once again, he noted that her skin was a light blue with patches of green scales. The features of her face were sharp and her eyes were round, much like a fish. Along her forearms, back and back of her legs were series of fins. Her hands and feet were webbed as well. "Don't let her fool you," Kyuubi said. "In truth she is a great sea serpent, sinker of ships, creature of legends, and the empress of the oceans. Now do as I told you." "Fourth sister," Naruto addressed her again, using the name that Kyuubi had told him. "As I said, I am Uzumaki Naruto. The ninth has selected me to be his successor." At this Shibi gave Naruto a long appraising look that made Naruto more than a little disturbed. "I ask that you call the Council of Nine." "It has been many decades since the council was last called," she said after a long moment's thought. "Prove to me that you are ninth brother," Kyuubi's heir and I will call them. Naruto nodded. He had been told that she was probably going to ask for proof. He put his hands together and once again started to transform, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, expecting pain. Except that it didn't come, or to a much lesser degree than he expected. He still felt every change that occurred, and the tail still stung a little, but nothing actually hurt that much. When he opened his eye and looked at the serpent in human form, his red eyes shone in the darkness, the only other source of light coming from the 4 candles. Their eyes met and for a long moment neither of them blinked. Finally she nodded and slapped her hands together in front of her, muttering arcane words under her breath. The fog around them started to swirl, 8 distortions appeared in a circle around them evenly spaced. She clapped again and the distortions solidified into mirrors made of water. Each mirror showed a different location, but the one thing each of them shared was there was a shrine at each one. The number of candles in each shrine varied, numbering from 1, in a featureless desert, to 9, standing on a pedestal surrounded by burning lava. The call has been made, Kyuubi said. Now we wait for my brothers and sisters to return to their shrines. This may take some time, she sounded apologetic, but she laughed when Naruto's stomach growl was the first response. You are reminding me more and more of 9th brother. Is little wonder you were selected to be his heir. With a flick of her wrist her fingernails grew long. She knelt down on the water and watched with unblinking eyes. After a moment her hand darted down into the water, there was a little struggle under the surface and she pulled up her hand only to have a fish pierced on the end of her nails. You may eat this, and she tossed him the fish that he caught easily. 4th sister, what is the meaning of this? A large eagle had landed on the shrine that appeared to be on the top of a mountain. 6 candles burned in the shrine, and 6 long feathers drooped out of the eagle's tail. The voice was shrill but full of mirth. Did you call on us to show off your dinner guest? No, 6th sister, this is of great importance to us all, Kyuubi replied to Rokubi, the 6-tailed eagle demon of the mountains. I hope that is true, said a voice from the shrine in the forest. Sanbai, the 3-tailed bear demon of the forests, lumbered out from the trees and sat in front of his shrine. I didn't come here to watch someone stuff their face with grub. Did someone mention food? A ponderous low voice asked. They could barely make out the form of Nibi, the 2-tailed demon mole of the caves, from the light of the 2 candles in his shrine. Honestly, a prim female voice said as a white tiger walked into view for the shrine surrounded by snow. Is food all you think about, second brother? Gobi, the 5-tailed white tiger demon of the snows, said as she sat down, looking at the other occupants of the mirrors. Now, no fighting, a kind voice said softly from over the 7-candle shrine where the twilight stars twinkled and moon shone brightly. Nanabai, the 7-tailed bat demon of the night, the always kind mediator of arguments between the 9, spoke as an elder to children, thought she was among her brothers and sisters. Then it seems that we are all here. Another spoke from the land where the sun shone down as brightly as a summer day. Hachibi, the 8-tailed demon lizard of the day, settled himself into place, light shining off his white scales as he lay in the brightness. All? Questioned Sanbai. I have yet to hear from 1st brother or 9th brother. You spend too much time in your forests, 3rd brother, or you would know, admonished Rokubi. 1st brother was captured some years ago, or so my winds tell me. And as for 9th brother, the humans claim to have killed him a little over a decade ago. It was at this point that she shifted her gaze away from the eagle and onto Naruto. But I doubt that is true. There was never a human or set of humans that could kill down our strongest sibling. Naruto's tail twitched under the scrutiny of the eagle demon. His stomach growled and he realized that he still had a fish in his hands. He performed a quick ninjutsu and breathed out. A fox-headed ribbon of fire went out of his mouth and wrapped around the fish, cooking it quickly. He then ate it quickly as all eyes of the most powerful set of demons known to man watched him. Kyuubi had slipped under the water for a moment, but when she rose again she was not the woman, but her true form, a long blue sea serpent that wrapped itself around the small island with its shrine, for tails continuously disturbing the water. That is correct, 6th sister. They could not kill him, Naruto spoke, turning to address them all. But like 1st brother, they have managed to capture him. Naruto went on to explain to them his full story. They sat and listened to him. It was eerie at first for him, to have them all watching him with their individual piercing looks, but he continued. They made various responses throughout the story. They were disgusted with his treatment as a boy growing up, amused by the idea of the Ninja Academy, appreciative of the assistance of his friends and teachers that supported him. All that and more Naruto saw through his demon eyes as he looked at them, listening as he told them his life leading up to that point. "What is it that you wish of us, young one?" the whispering voice of Nanabai questioned. "I have been instructed to come before you and asked to take your test to receive your blessings to become the full ninth," Naruto replied, as Kyuubi had instructed him. Sanbai rubbed his chin thoughtfully with the back of his massive paw. "What you ask is difficult. You may have been granted demon form, but even I can tell that you are human, and no human has ever taken the tests for succession before. With Ichibi still missing along with the fact that you are not a true demon, I am not sure if you actually can pass the tests to become our ninth brother." There were mumbled agreements from the other demons present. "Oh, hush, all of you, look at Ichibi's shrine for a moment," Hachibi spoke, looking past Naruto and at the shrine of the first brother. They all turned to look. A sandstorm had kicked up in the desert, shapes and spirals formed in the winds, and the other demons watched in silence. Naruto looked but could not see what they were looking at. For a moment it appeared that a creature was taking shape in the storm. Its exact shape could not be made out, but it distinctly looked at Naruto and nodded. "It seems that even though our first brother could not make it, his sands have answered for him. He acknowledges this human boy and will let him take his test. I must say that I am curious to see how this human boy fares," Gobi spoke, her curiosity evident in her tone. "I second the vote for him to take the tests." "Humph," Nibi grumbled a little around in his darkness. "I don't see the harm in letting him try. What say the rest of you?" The mole looked around at the rest of his siblings, who each nodded in turn until finally he came to Nanabai. "Child, you are so young." She watched Naruto from her twilight world. "Are you sure this is what you want? Why not think about it some more and come back when you are sure? Brothers, sisters, I have had little I could ever look forward to. But this chance has presented itself to me, and I will take it. I will pass your tests. I will become the ninth brother." Naruto spoke with determination. He had been unsure at first. The task seemed daunting, and the danger quite real. But as he spoke and told his story, he realized that it was not what Kyuubi wanted that drove him to this. It was his own desire. Kyuubi had only opened the door to the opportunity. "Ninth brother chose well," Nanabai said, pride in her aged voice. "You have that same fire in your soul. I know you will pass them. And I await your time on this council." With that, each of the great demons took an item and started to chant. Nibi took a geode that started to glow in the cavern. Sanbai took a leaf from a tree that glowed green. Shibi took a scale. Gobi chanted over a large snowflake. Rokubi took a feather that spun in the air as she chanted. Nanabai seemed to hold a patch of darkness between her two clawed hands, as Hachibi seemed to be holding a small star. Suddenly the chanting stopped and all eyes focused on Naruto. A chakra fire surrounded each of them. They spoke in unison. "By these seals we will watch you during the next human year." Each item that the demons chanted over floated forward and passed through the mirrors. Naruto looked and saw a symbol etched into each of the items. He recognized them as being the sign for each demon. Through your action or inaction over the next year, you will pass or fail the tests. The items were glowing brightly now, so it was impossible to tell what the original item was. They floated in front of Naruto and started spinning together, and then all of a sudden they flew out and struck Naruto in the stomach, each item striking a different spot around the original seal that bound Kyuubi to him. "Good luck." And slowly the mirrors faded and the great demons along with them. Naruto wasn't watching, however. He was lying on the ground in front of the small shrine, clutching his belly where he had been struck. He felt like he had been punched in the stomach 7 times with burning fists. Slowly the pain faded, he slumped against the ground and lost consciousness. His body slowly changed back to his human form. Evenly spaced around the central seal placed on him at his birth, there were new seals. A geode, leaf, scale, snowflake, feather, moon and sun. Only one missing from the circle was the mark of the sand demon. Shibi's tails came out from the water and wrapped around the form of Naruto. He was lifted up and carried through the air as she started to swim, going back the mangrove forest where she dropped off Naruto. "You will do quite nicely, Uzumaki Naruto," she said to herself as she swam back off into the fog. "Don't disappoint us." Kakashi was helping clean up the meal when he felt it. He put the plates down on the counter and headed for the door. A moment later, Sakura and Sasuke had felt it as well and rushed to their teacher's side. A tremendous chakra could be felt to the west. It was so strong it could be felt miles away, but there was no malevolence in it that could be felt, no killing intent. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "I know, Sakura, we all feel it." He was nervous. Such a strong chakra could not be human. The source of the chakra continued to approach until it stopped some distance away, on the other side of the island. After a moment, it turned and went back the way that it had come until it faded completely from their senses. "Sakura, Sasuke, stay here, I'm going to investigate." He disappeared in a moment and left the two genin. "Sasuke," Sakura spoke after a long moment of neither of them moving, just watching where Kakashi had disappeared. Do you think Naruto had something to do with that?" "No," he replied after a moment. Nothing in that chakra felt anything like Naruto's chakra. But both remained suspicious. Something was going on, something big, and Naruto was right at the center of it from what they could tell. Tazuna came out a little while later and looked at the two of them. They appeared to be standing guard, from what he had no idea. "What is going on?" the old man questioned hesitantly. "We don't know," Sasuke replied. "We felt something. Our teacher went to check out what it was. He should be back soon." There was a long silence while he digested this information. "Naruto?" he questioned. When they didn't reply, he sighed and shook his head slowly. "I hope that boy is all right," he said to himself as he went back inside. 20 minutes later, Kakashi jumped out of a tree and landed on the porch. Sakura rushed over to him, but stopped halfway when she saw what he was holding in his arms. Naruto, apparently unconscious yet again, was being carried by Kakashi for the second time into Tazuna's house. Kakashi took Naruto back to the room he had left that morning and lay him down. Sasuke and Sakura had followed him but said nothing. They watched as he checked Naruto over. He had brought Naruto back dressed only in his boxers. The rest of clothes were in a separate pile. "I found him like this on the western shore. He was lying on the mangrove roots. He obviously knew they were there." As he stood to get a blanket, Sakura and Sasuke saw many marks around a central spiral on Naruto's belly. Some of them resembled seals, but others looked like nothing they had seen before. Even as they tried to understand what they were looking at, the seals started to disappear. All that remained was the spiral and 7 odd-looking symbols. It was at this point that Kakashi returned. He paused when he saw that many of the symbols had disappeared, but he started to put the blanket over Naruto nonetheless. It was when Kakashi was tucking Naruto in that he started to stir. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around. He looked blurrily at Kakashi, and then turned his head to the door where Sasuke and Sakura were. It was at that point that he realized where he was and he opened his mouth to speak. Kakashi leaned down to listen. When Naruto was done, he sat up and thought for a moment. "What did he say?" a worried Sakura asked. "Is he all right?" "Oh, don't worry about him," Kakashi said cheerfully. "He just wanted to know if there were any of Tsunami's dumplings left, and I'm trying to remember." "Idiots," Sasuke murmured. And Sakura knew that everything would be fine. "We saved 2 for Naruto," Tazuna said from behind the 2 genin at the door. "I'll go heat them up for him," and the old man headed to the kitchen. Naruto tried to sit up and just managed with Kakashi's help. He was quickly regaining his strength. He stretched his arms, popping a few joints as he did so, though he didn't seem to mind the sound. Sakura flinched at each one. Naruto reached up to scratch the back of his head. He looked down and noticed the new marks on his belly, and he smiled at them and let his other hand brush over them slowly. "Naruto." He looked up at Sakura. "What are those? I've never seen them before." He took a moment to think about a suitable answer to her question. "Mementos from my brothers and sisters," he replied. Cryptically. "I didn't know you had any family, I mean." Sakura fumbled, feeling she had just put her foot in her mouth. "It's all right, I just found them today," That's why I was away, he replied calmly, a faraway look in his eyes. For sisters, he pointed to the scale, snowflake, feather and moon. And 4 brothers, he pointed to geode, leaf and sun. I still have to find my last brother, he pointed to the empty spot. But that is them and this is me, he put his hand on the large spiral in the middle. He then reached over and started to get dressed, pulling on his shirt and pants, leaving the fox pendant in the open because they had all seen it. It was at this point that Tazuna came back with a small plate and 2 dumplings. He also brought a cup of tea. He handed them to Naruto. So, did you have an adventure today? He asked as the boy took the plate from his hands. Oh yes, did I ever? Naruto started to eat. They waited expectantly, but Naruto only seemed interested in the delicious dumplings. Well, aren't you going to tell us what happened? Sasuke asked rudely when Naruto reached for the second dumpling. Can't. Naruto popped it into his mouth. What do you mean? Sakura asked him. I can't tell you what happened, Naruto said slowly after he had finished the second dumpling. Can't or won't? Sasuke was starting to lose his temper, but Naruto only laughed. Both, what happened is between family, so don't ask again. Naruto drank the tea and yawned. Besides, I'm tired, I've gone through a lot today, I'll see you guys in the morning, and with that he lay down, pulling the blanket up to his head. Sasuke started to object, but Kakashi stopped him by putting his hand on his shoulder. They all left, and Naruto fell into a deep sleep. Not even Kyuubi interrupted his rest that night. Kakashi-sensei, what is going on? Sasuke asked as soon as the door was closed to Naruto's room. Naruto's been acting weird and I think you know why. Kakashi sighed. He knew that eventually it would come to something like this, thought he had hoped that it would come later. But Naruto's behavior and obvious changes had sped it up greatly. Nothing is simple or easy when it comes to Naruto. I honestly have no idea what happened today. But I can't force Naruto to tell anything he doesn't want to. You'll have to ask him and accept what answers he gives until he's ready, Kakashi lectured, but he could see that Sasuke was not satisfied at all. Look, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but Naruto had a very hard childhood. He's lived in an orphanage most of his life, never known any family or kindness. Sakura had heard that Naruto didn't have parents, but the rest of what Kakashi told her was new. But wait, a thought occurred to her. What about his brothers and sisters, aren't they his family? I have no proof and no actual idea who they are, Kakashi said slowly. But if there are actually 8 of them and Naruto is the 9th, then, well, let's just be happy that we only have Zabuza to face and not one of them, Kakashi yawned theatrically. I've probably said too much. Anyway, I'm going to take a leaf from Naruto's book and head to bed. He turned and headed down the hall to where his room was. Don't think too much about what I said, just go to bed, get all the rest you can, there's going to be more training tomorrow. Reluctantly, Sasuke and Sakura went off to their guest rooms, each wondering different things about the same person. Sasuke wondered about what happened during the day, the strange marks on Naruto as well as his brothers and sisters. Kakashi seemed to think they were stronger than Zabuza, and he was glad not to be facing them. Could they really be so strong as to scare their teacher? And if so, then what did that make Naruto? The questions seemed to be forever mounting wherever Naruto was concerned. Sakura seemed to be worried more about Naruto's past than about what happened during the day. She had only known that he grew up with no parents. The fact that he came from an orphanage changed things. She had heard how children were treated in such facilities, and it became clear to her why Naruto didn't speak of his past. She didn't expect Naruto to answer many questions, so she vowed to herself that she would find out about his past. It may help explain his behavior now. Kakashi, on the other hand, had giggled himself to sleep reading one of his novels. The next day, all 3 of the genin went out into the forest. No one spoke about what happened. Sasuke tried, but Sakura managed to stop him. Sakura explained to Naruto why they were climbing the trees the other day. Oh man, Naruto complained. When Sakura looked at him oddly, Naruto explained. My control Esigus. I'm alright with my hands and inside my body, but if I have to work with my feet, this is going to really SCK, Naruto grumbled. Unfortunately, this revelation made Sasuke smugger, and he laughed when Naruto fell his first few times. After about half an hour of Naruto expending a lot of chakra and getting nowhere, He walked over to Sakura who was resting. Hey, can you give me a tip? Naruto asked. He sounded a little nervous, but Sakura was overjoyed that Naruto came to her when he was having trouble. She started by giving Naruto the basic lecture of chakra and what it was, the strength of the body mixed with the power of the mind. Then she talked about chakra paths and how one could mold it for a jutsu. Finally, she gave him advice for clearing the mind and directing the flow of chakra. Naruto paid closer attention to her lessons than he ever did when Irika was lecturing. Naruto didn't say anything for a long time. He sat and digested all the new information. His mind wandered back to his experiences with Kibu and Kito, and what they taught him about controlling his chakra. Dimon, he said as he brought himself out of his memories. That exercises again. He got into a position and brought his hands together. He didn't focus chakra into any specific part of his body but instead let it flow all around inside him. Though Sasuke and Sakura could not see it, they could feel some change in Naruto. What are you doing? Sasuke asked. Both of his teammates were watching Naruto. Flow exercises, Naruto said. 3 right-legged kicks, low, middle, and high, flowed into a set of sweeping left-legged kicks. I have an abnormally high amount of chakra, but the downside is that my control is terrible. I overuse chakra, and it's hard for me to direct it fully into one thing. I've looked up dozens of exercises for control, but I've never seen the tree walking one before. Naruto went into a series of alternating sweeping kicks aimed as high as he could kick. So, why aren't you climbing? Sasuke wondered for a moment if everything required such a trade-off, but only for a moment. He preferred to think of Naruto as an idiot who didn't know how to use what he had. In a moment, Naruto continued his kicking exercises. Right now I'm doing this to get used to focusing chakra into my feet. He continued for a few more moments before a final backflip, landing with his feet together. Okay, I'm ready now. He ran directly at a tree. Naruto started to go up the tree. Sasuke and Sakura watched carefully and they could see how much Naruto struggled with his control. Every couple steps, one of his feet would slip a little before it stuck to the bark, or the tree would crack a little under the force. He managed to climb 20 feet up before his foot slipped and he started to fall. He made a scratch on the tree with his kunai and flipped back down, landing on the ground on all fours. Naruto looked at his progress up the tree and sighed. This is going to be a long day, he sighed. Naruto stood up and ran at a new tree, not wanting to do more damage to the one he had just fallen out of. And so the day progressed. Sasuke and Sakura continued to use the same 2 trees while Naruto never used a tree more than twice for fear of damaging it too critically. Sasuke asked him why he didn't just keep using the same tree until it was impossible to run on anymore. Naruto just responded by saying that he didn't want to anger his third brother. He never used their actual names, which set Sasuke off because it didn't give him any idea about who they were. After a while, Naruto had used most of the trees in the area. While he had improved and could get most of the way up each tree, he was still slipping on or cracking the bark. I'll find a new area, you two stay here for when Kakashi comes back, Naruto said when he had exhausted the trees he could use. I'll go that way until I find another stand of trees that's good. Naruto pointed in a direction and headed off. Sakura was almost in awe of the boy. The amount of chakra that he had used was easily 3 or 4 times what she had on the best days. He didn't seem any more than winded. Sasuke was using a fraction of the chakra that Naruto was as he was getting better at his control, but he looked about the same condition. They could only watch as Naruto headed off to a new area and continue his training. Abnormally high amount of chakra my butt, Sasuke said as soon as Naruto was out of sight. It's got to be a trick of some kind. There's no way he can have that much chakra. Sasuke was not pleased. Naruto's tremendous amount of energy along with his steady progress up the trees meant that soon he would be able to outstrip them all. But Sasuke, Sakura pleaded. She liked Sasuke a lot, and she didn't want her teammate upset at Naruto. Why don't you believe him? You've seen how bad his control is. Yes, he has a lot of chakra, but that doesn't mean he's a bad person. I don't understand why you're so upset. Because he has so much power, and he acts like it's nothing, Sasuke said angrily. Power should be used, instead he throws it away. Sasuke turned and punched a tree. Please Sasuke, give him a chance, Sakura asked him. He's still young, we all are. She sighed deeply as that revelation hit her as well. We're still growing up. Give him a chance, please. Remember what Kakashi said, we're supposed to be a team, we can't be a team if you're going to fight about Naruto. Well, we're not supposed to hide things about each other either. Sakura could not reply to that. I'm going to make him tell us something when he gets back. For now, I'm going to keep training like Kakashi told us to. Sasuke started training, and with some reluctance so did Sakura. She was glad that he was leaving Naruto alone for the moment, but things were getting more complicated. Naruto, on the other hand, was sitting in the middle of a field of flowers he had found. Meditation did not come easy to the boy, but he had to admit that it did help his control. The unity of mind and body will produce better control than any training, Kito had told him when she first instructed him on meditation. You don't have to train nearly as much as most people do to increase your chakra. So the best thing you can do is work on control. Through meditation and flow exercises with the element styles, you will be able to increase your control greatly. It will take time, longer than most because of your ever-changing chakra, but in the end it will be a greater payoff. And so Naruto was meditating, taking all of his power and trying to mold it into something inside his mind. To him it took the form of a roaring fire that he was trying to put into a white-hot ember. It had taken him a week of work with Kito, Kibu and Kyuubi all together for him to finally pull it off, and even now it was not as easy. Since Naruto had gotten the bowl of Kyuubi's essence, his control had improved over the demon half of his chakra, but the overall amount of chakra he had was larger as well, so he practically ended up back where he was before. It is time for me to train you some more, kid, Kyuubi spoke up suddenly, breaking Naruto's concentration. Especially if you want to be able to pass my siblings' tests. What do you want me to do? It's actually not that hard, Kyuubi said in that tone that Naruto always associated with trouble. You're going to transform and go through the stances for the element styles, all of the stances. You will also have everything weighted, for steps higher than previously. Along with all your senses, human and demon, reaching out to your full extent. Naruto could only groan as the list got longer. Make that 5 steps, now get to work. Naruto transformed, finding it easier than the last time, though the tail always stung. He closed his eyes and performed the jutsu, increasing the weight of his clothes as Kyuubi had instructed. Next, he closed his eyes and let his senses expand to their fullest extent. When Naruto opened his eyes, he was slightly startled when he could feel 2 beings he thought were Sakura and Sasuke on the edges of his spirit awareness. Apparently, they had returned to training. He also felt the spirits of every animal and plant within a 1-mile radius of his position. It was quite distracting as he started to go through the positions and had to manage his chakra flow at the same time. At first, Naruto messed up a lot with all the distractions, but on his 6th try he finally managed to get through all the stances. Then Kyuubi scolded him for not molding his chakra as he had been trained, and set Naruto to do it again. Naruto ended up doing the exercises for hours on end. The sun was getting low on the horizon when Naruto felt another presence on the edge of his spirit sense. He paused part of the way through a series of punches and blocks to see if he could get a better feeling of who it was. The new person approached the ones he thought of as Sasuke and Sakura. There was a brief exchange and the 2 started walking away as the 3rd started in Naruto's direction. It was time to end the training. Naruto transformed back his human form and started walking towards the new person. Kakashi was getting worried. Sakura's and Sasuke's attitudes when he mentioned Naruto had indicated to him that something had happened. Kakashi sighed. This teaching assignment was harder than any mission he had ever been on and he doubted it would be over any time soon. He ran into Naruto walking his way. It only mildly surprised him to realize that the boy had already known that Kakashi was coming to get him. They walked back together. Neither said anything for a long moment. You have to tell them something, Kakashi said, breaking the silence. Like what? Naruto responded. I'm part demon? I'm the container for the strongest demon in a century who's been teaching me jutsu? Wait, no, I've got a great one. I'll tell them all about my brothers and sisters. Naruto looked sidelong at Kakashi. You must have already guessed about them. Kakashi nodded. I understand that this is not easy, but they are your teammates, Kakashi said. Tell them something. They're starting to lose trust in you, Naruto. You need them as much as they need you right now. Just give them something to think about for now. At least something to hold us over until we can get back to Konoha and speak to the Hokage. Naruto sighed. Kakashi was right. The rest of the walk was made in relative silence. Relative silence because Naruto was thinking about what to tell them while Kakashi was reading one of his novels and giggling every once in a while. Naruto didn't know what to tell his teammates. He wondered if he should make something up, like an unknown bloodline or something. In the end, he was glad for the rigorous training session that Kyuubi had put him through that day because it gave him an excuse to head straight to the table and slump down, resting his head on his hands. How was your training today? Tsunami asked as she started to serve the food. Her son Inari was watching Naruto, scowling. Good, Sakura said, pumping an arm. I'm feeling a lot stronger, and Sasuke is incredible as always. She blushed as she looked at her crush who didn't do more than reach for the food. What about you, Naruto? Tazuna asked. Think you can take on that demon guy again? Oh yeah, and I won't miss next time, Naruto grinned at the thought. Why do you bother? Inari spoke up. No matter how hard you try, you're no match for Gata's men. Something broke in him and he started to cry. Inari stood up and pounded his hand against the table. No matter what you say or do, they'll always be stronger than you. If you fight them again, you'll just die. I'm not like you, kid, Naruto said dismissively. I don't want to be like you. The outburst startled everyone, but Inari didn't care as he continued to yell at Naruto. You don't know anything about us. You don't know how hard life can be. The entire room seemed to drop several degrees after Inari's outburst. Naruto looked up from the table directly at the boy. No one spoke, all eyes were focused on Naruto. Kakashi knew he should step in and attempt to defuse the situation, but he didn't do anything, watching to see what Naruto would do. Sasuke was even intimidated by his teammate. Sakura watched, shaking, as Naruto's eyes slowly started to change. The blue eyes that so reminded her of the sky on a clear day now only reflected a coldness that was bitterer than any winter she had experienced. Don't you dare speak to me about how hard life can be. Naruto's voice was soft, but everyone heard him and felt the steel in his tone. I've been alone for 11 years. And no family, no friends, only me. They could only watch in fascinated horror as Naruto's eyes changed again, but this time it was nothing like a moment ago. The iris slowly started to shift until his eyes were a blood red, and the look was no longer cold, but one of burning fury. I was not only alone, but hated by just about every person I ever met. The fury was evident in his voice, but he held it in check if just barely. Never given a chance to prove myself. Never shown anything but hate and contempt. And you dare to speak to me about having a hard life. Inari was rooted to the spot. If he could have, he would have run. Spend all your life being blamed for something that you had nothing to do with and could have done nothing about. Then we can talk about living a hard life. Naruto, Kakashi finally found his voice. That's enough. Naruto glared at Kakashi for a moment before looking away. When he looked back, his eyes had reverted to blue and the intense feeling that he had been giving off had faded just a little. Naruto glanced back at Inari before stalking out of the room. Sakura started to get up and go after him, but Tazuna stopped her. He shook his head and Sakura slowly sat back down. Tsunami was comforting a still shaking Inari. She didn't know how to feel. Naruto's outburst had shaken even her. She didn't know whether to feel more sorry for Naruto, who had lived such a hard life, or Inari, who had taken the full force of the red-eyed fury. Is it true? Tsunami asked, looking directly at Kakashi. The Jounin sighed and looked down. Every word. No one felt like eating anymore. The revelation seemed to put Naruto in a whole new light. He has spent his life all alone. He wondered idly why Naruto had said 11 years. Had the boy found someone 2 years ago who he could trust? Sakura could not believe that Naruto had all that anger bottled up inside of him. Even when Kakashi had told them Naruto had led a hard life, she had never guessed the truth was so extreme. Sasuke wondered what Naruto had been talking about. What could the people have blamed him for? but he found he was no longer angry or upset. If anything, he felt empathy for Naruto for both their lives. We're far from easy. He's stronger than I ever gave him credit for, Tazuna said after a few minutes. The others could only nod in agreement. After they cleaned up the uneaten meal, Sakura and Sasuke went out to find Naruto. They had a lot to talk about. They eventually found him lying on the roof, watching the stars. Naruto didn't say anything as they took up positions on either side of him. Sakura was on his right, hugging her knees against her chest as she looked up at the stars. Sasuke sat on the peak of the roof and leaned back against the chimney. Sorry, Naruto was the one to break the silence. I guess you two deserve to know what's going on. No. What startled them was that it was Sasuke who spoke up. We shouldn't be pressuring you. Just tell us when you're ready. Naruto looked over at Sakura to see how she felt, and she smiled at him and nodded. Thanks guys. Naruto lay back and closed his eyes, feeling more comfortable than he had in days. Naruto lifted his right hand into the air, making a fist. He looked at Sasuke and Sakura. Team 7? Sakura and Sasuke reached over and, making fists as well, rested them against Naruto's. Team 7, they chorused. And they knew that they had overcome a great hurdle and became a closer team because of it. Kakashi smiled as he watched them from the branches of a tree. They truly had the potential to become great on their own, but together, it wasn't potential, it was fact. It was good that they had overcome their differences because tomorrow they would all be needed to protect Tazuna. By his estimates, Zabuza would be healed enough to return, and Kakashi doubted that he would come alone. Kakashi returned to inside the house and reassured Tazuna and Tsunami that everything would be alright. At the same time, the three genins sat on the roof and talked about nothing in particular. When they came back inside, Kakashi told them the plan and they all agreed it was time. Naruto finally felt the full fatigue of his training as he almost collapsed into the bed. Kakashi looked at him and saw that he was exhausted. He explained to Sakura and Sasuke that Naruto had been drained and would require an extra day to recover. Though in truth he was not sure how long it would take to restore such a massive reservoir of chakra. They agreed, saying that they had seen how he had seemed very tired while they talked. The next day, Sakura and Sasuke headed off to the bridge with Kakashi and Tazuna. Naruto was left sleeping while Tsunami looked after Inari. Naruto didn't wake up until a scream, Tsunami's scream, pierced the air. He jumped out of bed and didn't even pause to get dressed before running downstairs. He was greeted with the sight of Inari running at two large men with swords. The men reached for their swords, only to find their swords halt partway through drawing them. Two clones of Naruto had appeared and were blocking the handles of their swords, leaving them unable to attack the boy as he screamed for them to leave his mother alone. Only cowards attack the weak, was the last thing that the two men heard before the real Naruto spun down through the air and kicked each of them in the head, knocking them out. Good job, Inari, Naruto said as his clones dragged the swordsmen away and tied them up. You see that true strength comes from the desire to protect others and prove yourself. Inari nodded, finally understanding how Naruto had become so strong. Right now I've got to go. I'm betting that my friends are under attack as well. Naruto rushed up to his room, putting on his clothes and not putting the weight jutsu. He needed all the speed he could get. On the way, he activated his demon eyes, levels 1 and 2, and his spirit senses. As he got closer to the bridge, he sensed that a fight had already started. Kakashi was facing off with Zabuza, while Sasuke fought with a new individual. Sakura was still guarding Tazuna. Naruto arrived in time to see the new person activating an unknown seal and ice starting to form around Sasuke in the shape of many ice mirrors. They reminded him of the mirrors that Shibi had made to arrange the Council of Demons, though these mirrors appeared to made of ice instead of water. You shouldn't underestimate us, Zabuza, Kakashi said as Naruto slowly walked out of the fog that Zabuza had summoned with his jutsu. Sasuke was the #1 rookie student of his class. Sakura is the brightest and has the best control, and Naruto, well, you remember Naruto. Haku, the nin who was assisting Zabuza, stepped into the mirrors as Naruto approached. Naruto slowly walked around the mirrors, inspecting them, apparently unconcerned with the masked ninja who had created them. Naruto could not tell whether the person was male or female, and the voice was equally androgynous. Naruto guessed that it was a girl by her aura, but he wasn't sure. I have a sister that can do something like this, Naruto said as Kyuubi started feeding him information on things that might be helpful in this situation. Impossible, the masked ninja told Naruto. This is my bloodline limit, the manipulation of ice. I am the last of my clan. Your sister can't possibly do this. But Naruto could see that she was curious from the aura that she was giving off. Haku! Zabuza yelled. Get serious, finish them, and don't underestimate the short one. Just a moment, if I may, Naruto said, looking at Sasuke. I would like to speak with my teammate before you fight. Make your final words short, Haku said, letting Naruto in past her mirrors. I doubt they will be our final words, but have it your way. Naruto walked up to Sasuke, lowering his voice so they could speak. Think you can take her? Sasuke studied Naruto for a moment before responding. He didn't think Naruto would be able to make it. If I could activate my Sharingan, then this would be easier, Sasuke said, trusting that Naruto had a plan. But because this person has a bloodline limit, it may not be easy even if I could. Sasuke obviously believed it was a guy, but even he hesitated very slightly before using the pronoun. Alright, Naruto held out his hand to Sasuke and Sasuke took it. They looked into each other's eyes. Focus chakra into your eyes, but that will only get you halfway there. You must also want to see how to fight her. Don't ask how I know, just trust me. Just one more thing. Naruto tightened his grip on Sasuke's hand and his eyes widened as he guessed what Naruto was about to do. You're sitting this one out. Naruto spun, still holding Sasuke's hand. He lifted the other boy off his feet, and before even Haku could respond, he had thrown Sasuke out between gaps in the mirrors. Why did you do that? Haku asked Naruto. You have only allowed him to live a little longer than you. With that, she began her attack. Using Senbon Needle, Haku attacked Naruto, moving at such speed that along with the other reflections of her it was nearly impossible to tell where she was attacking from. After the first wave of attacks, Naruto was left in the middle of the area, several needles sticking through his jacket that had saved him from slashing attacks. But there were cuts along his face, and from the placement of the needles he was having a hard time moving. I did it, Naruto said as he guarded against an attack with a kunai in his left hand while he reached around to pull out needles from his shoulder, legs, and other places that he could reach easily. Because he's the last of his clan. Naruto straightened up, his wounds already healing to some degree. And because I can last a lot longer than you can, Naruto turned to look at the mirror that held the real Haku. The first level of the demon eyes showed where the true attacker was, while at the same time revealing that the news that Naruto could outlast her had confused and worried her. The second level of the demon eyes revealed that Haku's chakra was being drained to keep the mirrors up, and from Naruto's and Kyuubi's estimates, she could only keep it up for a few minutes. Sasuke couldn't believe what Naruto had done. Before last night they had almost been enemies. But Naruto had just put himself in Sasuke's place, right in the middle of an enemy's attack. He had to trust that Naruto knew what he was doing. Sasuke formed the tiger seal and started to focus chakra into his eyes. He didn't know if Naruto could actually withstand the attacks long enough for him to activate his eyes. Haku was attacking continuously now, piercing Senbon through Naruto's jacket. Because of the metal mesh between the layers, a slashing strike from the light needles would only do light impact damage. That meant that the masked nin was forced to rely on piercing attacks, which are harder to achieve on a moving target. Naruto was doing anything but staying still. Haku could no longer try and throw her needles to hit Naruto. Instead, she started to launch herself out of her mirrors, using the reflections to increase her speed greatly. Then she could stab the needles into Naruto instead of throwing them. Her attacks were fast and relentless, aiming for Naruto's vital spots. It was only Naruto's incredible healing that kept him from succumbing to the attacks. When he realized that the girl was moving too fast for him to block her attacks, he dropped the kunai and focused solely on pulling the needles out of his body. The bloody weapons littered the ground around Naruto. Sasuke was getting more desperate. Even he could see that the attacks were starting to wear down Naruto. The outer layer of his orange jacket was in tatters, revealing a layer of metal mesh that had the Senbon stuck through it. His pants were in the same condition. He was trying to see how the boy attacked, but it still wasn't enough. "Why do you fight?" Naruto asked as he pulled needles out of his back and sides. "You don't want to kill me, I can see that." The attacks stopped suddenly. "You could be doing so much more." Naruto continued to pull the Senbon from his body until he was able to fall to his knees. The continuous need for healing was draining his available reserves, but he had not yet tapped into Kyuubi's chakra. That would be his ace if he needed it. "I am the weapon of Zabuza," Haku said. That is what ninja with advanced bloodlines were for, to be used as the weapons of shinobi nations. The masked nin started to flash from one mirror to another, picking up the Senbon that Naruto had pulled from his body, preparing for a final attack. "I was not lying when I said that I did not want to kill you. In truth, I am too kind to be a shinobi. But for Zabuza, I can kill my heart and take your life." Haku had finished retrieving the needles and was ready to attack. Sasuke was starting to see it, the motions and speed of the boy. He was starting to be able to see and sense how he moved. It was then that he realized that Haku was preparing a final attack. Naruto was too drained. He wouldn't be able to move in time, even to lessen the blow. Sasuke started to run. He only had a moment before Naruto got it. Only a moment before the only person he had ever met who could relate to him got struck down. He had to make it. Naruto closed his eyes and brought his arms up in an attempt to block the attack. He tried to channel Kyuubi's chakra, but he couldn't do it in time. He only hoped that the attack wouldn't be fatal, to give him a chance to heal. But when the attack didn't land, Naruto opened his eyes, wondering why the girl hadn't finished him off. What he saw was worse than he could have imagined. Sasuke was standing in front of him, Senbon needles stuck all over his body. Haku was laying on the ground several feet away, laid out from the single punch Sasuke had managed to land. Sasuke's tutor Sharingan faltered and faded as he fell back into Naruto's arms. "Why?" Naruto asked, as he lay his teammate down. Sasuke didn't have Naruto's healing ability, so he couldn't safely remove the Senbon. "I didn't ask you to save me." "I don't know." Sasuke coughed up blood along with his response. "My body just moved on its own." Sasuke closed his eyes and his head fell to the side. Though Naruto didn't know it, Sasuke had managed to move in such a manner that none of the needles struck vital organs or blood vessels, and he had only passed out because of the sudden intense pain and effort in activating his own bloodline limit. To all appearances, Sasuke was dead. "He struck me down with one final blow," Haku said with admiration as she started to get up. "He died to protect you. You must have been a precious person to him. I am sorry you had to see him die. But do not worry, you will join him soon." The masked nin turned in preparation to attack Naruto again. What she saw startled her greatly. Red chakra was burning around Naruto. It started ripping up the stone of the bridge, spiraling out from Naruto. The grief of Sasuke's apparent death drove Naruto to the edge. To his great surprise, though, he felt more in control of his power than he ever had before. Apparently, absorbing the essence of the great demon fox meant that he could remain in control of himself rather than succumb to the rage that he normally associated with releasing Kyuubi's chakra. His feelings focused like a laser and his control rose exponentially. Naruto started the hand seals. Katan, Ryuza Hain Hidofuki no Jutsu, Fire type, Dragon Wing Gust technique. The great wings formed on Naruto's back, and as he flapped them, massive waves of intense heat hit the mirrors. Because of Haku's attempts to hold back the force of Naruto's chakra and sustain the mirrors, along with the fact that she had been using her bloodline limit for an extended period of time, the mirrors Naruto aimed at started to shatter and melt. One by one, the mirrors disappeared and the water evaporated so they could not be reformed. "One technique destroyed all my mirrors?" Haku was in shock. "Who are you?" She was afraid. No one, not even Zabuza, could break her mirrors, but this boy had done it with ease. She was left in the last mirror, facing Naruto as he walked towards her. "I am Uzumaki Naruto," he said calmly. The wings slowly faded away, but the intense aura of his chakra did not diminish. "And you are very lucky." Naruto's new focus and control allowed him to activate all his demon senses without any outward appearances. Because of that, he could tell that Sasuke's aura, while diminished, had not disappeared. He's still alive and you won't die. Haku was spending all her chakra just to keep the mirror she was in from shattering, and even now there were small cracks forming at the edges. But I meant to kill you. And him. Haku was forced out of her mirror. She fell back out of it just before it shattered. You should kill me, that is the shinobi way. She stood up, reaching up to the mask and taking it off. That may be, Naruto said. Around them the fog started to fade. But it is not my way. Kakashi will finish his battle with Zabuza, and then your fate will be decided, but you will not die. Zabuza, Haku said, turning to face where the other battle was taking place. Zabuza was being held in place by several dogs that appeared to have come from under the surface. Kakashi looked like he had a lightning bolt in his right hand, radiating sparks and energy around him as he prepared his final attack. Haku tried to run, tried to get between her teacher and the deadly attack, but she could not. Naruto had a vice-like grip on her arm. She struggled, but Naruto held her. Let me go, I must save him. No, his time is at an end. Naruto spoke with an odd calm. But there are others. Naruto spoke of the 100 or so spirits that he could sense beyond the falling fog. When he looked at the aura that they gave off, he saw it was malicious with not a small number of insane members. There was the sound of thousands of birds and sickening sound of blood being spilt and a body falling to the ground. Naruto knew it was too late for Zabuza when his aura faded as the spirit slowly fled his body. Finally, he released the girl's hand. Haku ran to Zabuza and lifting his head, she cradled it in her lap. I am sorry, sir, she said, tears in her eyes. Your weapon has failed you. I failed you. No, Zabuza whispered through the bandages on his face. Live free, be your own weapon, live your own life. With his last strength, he dragged the handle of his massive sword over towards Haku until she finally took it from his hands. Take my sword, fun the next. Sword man. Those were the last words of the demon Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of Mist. Naruto, meanwhile, was kneeling over Sasuke, taking out the needles from his body. When she saw that Kakashi was done and the battles were over, Sakura rushed to where she had last seen Sasuke. Tazuna followed her because he still wasn't sure and she was a better guard than nothing. What they saw startled them. Naruto, with clothes torn from the fight, was leaning over a needle-pricked Sasuke. He's alright, just unconscious, Naruto said in response to their presence. Sakura didn't ask how he knew they were there. She walked over and knelt down, taking a roll of bandages from her pouch. She had better first aid training, so Naruto got up and took off his jacket. He folded it up and put it under Sasuke's head as he started to wake up. You just rest, Sasuke, he told his wounded friend. Sasuke nodded and drifted off again, secure in the knowledge that he would recover. A male voice cackled with laughter. Everyone's attention turned and focused on the group that Naruto had sensed earlier. The group was full of samurai, missing Nin, and other bandits, all of them armed with a wide assortment of weapons. I see that Zabuza failed me, the man said. He was dressed in a black suit with a cast around his left arm. It doesn't matter. I was going to kill him anyway. Hiring a ninja from a village is very expensive. It is much easier to hire missing Nin like him. And clean up the mess with my little army here. He walked over to where Haku was still cradling Zabuza's head. You're the girl, you broke my arm last time I saw you. He brought up his cane to hit her, but was stopped before he could bring it down. He turned to see that Naruto was behind him, holding the end of the cane. In one motion Naruto had pulled the cane from his hand and thrown it off the side of the bridge. Oops, Naruto smiled and stepped around the man kneeling down by Haku's side. Come on, but Gato wasn't finished. I don't care what you have to do, he yelled at the missing Nin behind him. Kill them all and bring me their heads. He hobbled off but didn't get far. The missing Nin saw him stop and a slow look of shock spread over his face before he started to fall. 2 Senbon needles stuck into the back of his head. The missing Nin didn't take that very well and all started to charge, angry at the fact that the one that was supposed to pay them had been killed. They didn't get far before they encountered a dozen Naruto clones, each in a different fighting position. The Nin were about to attack when armed villagers appeared out of the remnants of the fog, ready for a fight. Kakashi felt that it was almost enough, but he was there to tip the balance. A swift jutsu later and there were dozens of Kakashi clones looking ready to fight. It was too much for the missing nin to take and they turned and ran. In the end, Sakura helped Sasuke walk back to Tazuna's house. Naruto led Haku back. Haku carried Zabuza's massive sword as the villagers, under the orders of Tazuna, carried the body of Zabuza back to be buried. Several days later, Zabuza had been buried, Sasuke had recovered. Enough for the trip home, and the bridge was finished. All the workers who had run off in fear had returned and worked non-stop, invigorated by the death of Gato. They finished the bridge in record time. When Haku realized on the second day that Zabuza had died releasing her, she came out of her shell and made friends with Naruto and the others. While Sasuke was recovering, she and Naruto would spar together. The fights were just practice, so neither of them went all out. Usually, they would stop before a clear winner was decided. Kakashi had passed the time guarding the bridge, though it was really unnecessary. Then it was time to go, and Haku still hadn't decided on what she was going to do. The sword was far too big for her to use. Haku told Naruto that when the next of the swordsmen was found it would change to suit them. That was the changing sword's ability. Naruto did his best to convince her that she should come with them back to Leaf. Sasuke was still a little mistrustful of the girl that had beaten him and remained cold towards her, trying his best not to acknowledge her. Kakashi seemed indifferent and shrugged when Naruto suggested that she come, instead giggling at a passage in his book before turning the page. In the end, Haku decided that it would be best for her to return to Mist with the sword so that its successor could be found. Naruto was disappointed, but he understood and said that if she ever came to Leaf she should find him so they could spar. She agreed readily. They said their goodbyes. Inari took it the hardest, calling Naruto brother, and almost bursting into tears when Naruto told him to become strong and a role model for the other people. Naruto promised that he'd come visit when he had enough time off. As they were walking away, Tazuna proposed a name for the bridge they had built. The Great Naruto Bridge, for the boy who had brought courage to the people of the village, and had given them a chance for a future. The villagers agreed. The trip home was an uneventful one. Naruto spent the time training, walking up trees on the side of the road and jumping from one to the other using his chakra to stick to the following tree. Eventually, the other genin joined in and they spent the time racing from point to point. Somehow, no matter what point they selected for the end of the race, Kakashi was always there, reading his book long before they arrived. At the gates to Konoha, Kakashi told them they had 4 days off to do to the mission. Kakashi decided to go to the Hokage to give the mission report and figure out what to do with Naruto and his developing abilities. Sasuke left, saying he had training to do. Sakura was anxious to get home and see her parents. Naruto smiled to himself as he went off through the shopping district. He had a friend to see about some new clothes. Wonderland Clothing was having a slow day. Kito was sitting at the front counter, reading a book when the bell sounded for the door. She looked up from her book to see Naruto dressed in a white shirt and blue jeans. On his back there was a heavy-looking bag with a little ripped orange fabric sticking out. She didn't say anything as Naruto walked up to her and set the bag down on the counter. She opened the bag and pulled out Naruto's ripped and ruined jacket. She turned a critical eye on Naruto, who only shrugged as he gave her his foxy grin. She almost laughed as she turned to call her husband from the back room. Kibu came to the front of the store and saw Naruto. He smiled at the boy until he saw the ruined jacket on the counter. He shot Naruto an exasperated look and again Naruto only shrugged and grinned. Kibu shook his head and walked over to Naruto, ruffling his hair with one hand. They were family, they really didn't need words, their body language said everything. "How about a whole new look?" he asked as he surveyed the damage to the jacket. "I was looking over your old sketches and got some ideas." "You're not the only one." Naruto pulled out the sketchbook he had filled on the trip to and from Wave. Kito went to the door and flipped the sign to closed. "I'll get the tea," she said as her husband and the boy walked into the back room. It was good to have Naruto back. The first day was spent going over old and new sketches, eventually combining the aspects that each of them liked into a new look for Naruto. The second day was spent fitting Naruto and finding the materials they wanted as well as fine-tuning the look. While Kibu made the clothing on the third day, Kito and Naruto worked on the armor. On the fourth day, it was ready. Naruto walked into the dressing room with the bundle of clothes, while Kyuubi and Kito waited anxiously for his report. Naruto stepped out of the dressing room in a slightly loose long-sleeved white shirt and dark gray pants. The pants had several buckles and ties so they could be quickly adjusted from loose casual wear to tight-fitting training or fighting gear. Both had the same triple-layer design of his original jacket and pants, but were thinner and lighter without much loss in the protective ability. There was also a belt, which had only a few pouches attached to the rings along its side, but the capability of adding more. Next, Naruto started to change for the armor. They had decided that the armor should be secondary to the clothing. Naruto reached up and grabbed his sleeves, pulling them off. They could be attached or detached easily because of several clever knots that Kyuubi had tied. Naruto also reached for several strings on the sides of the torso of the shirt. Pulling them, the shirt became skin-tight and would remain that way until he released them. Naruto reached down and picked up the largest piece of armor. Naruto slipped his head and right arm through their respective holes, and then quickly buckled it along the left side. The armor was specially treated metal that showed up as a slight off-white color that did not shine at all. The white armor reached over most of Naruto's stomach and across his entire back. There were also shoulder guards. Next, he picked up the forearms and gloves. The gloves were fingerless and the same dark gray as the pants. On the back of each glove was a piece of the white metal. They fit on easily and stretched over Naruto's hands. He put on the forearms protectors next. Again, they were the same treated metal, but there was a red design carved into them, the two fox heads that Naruto had put on his original leather forearm protectors so long ago. Naruto reached down and tightened his pants. Down along his legs. He took the shin protectors and snapped them on as he had the forearm protectors. A kunai holster attached easily to a few clips on the side of his right pant leg. He then put on a set of shoes. They were black and white with metal bands over the toe and halfway up his foot that protected his feet and strengthened his kick greatly. He looked at himself in the mirror and nodded, checking the full range of motion that he had. He did some basic stretches. He turned to Kyuubi and Kito and nodded to them. This would be good. It would be very good indeed. With practice he was able to go from street clothes to battle ready in a very short period of time. "All right, my boy," Kito said as she cracked her knuckles. "Time to see if you've been practicing." Naruto nodded and followed her out the back of the building. The sparring session went much better for Naruto than the earlier ones had. Neither of them used any jutsu, instead sticking solely to the element styles. Naruto's speed had greatly improved along with his control, and his strength was also much greater than before. This put him on an even footing with Kito, who was slightly slower than him and not as strong. The fight halted with Naruto using an open palm earth strike to Kito's chest as she landed a burning fire punch to his cheek. Both of them skidded away from each other, Kito winded from Naruto's punch while he was still dizzy from hers. "Very impressive, Naruto," Kyuubi clapped from the sidelines. "Yes indeed, little brother." A small man apparently in his late 30s stepped out of a shadow by the wall. He was wearing brown clothing of a nondescript nature. He had strong-looking arms and large hands. His hair was brown and cut short. His face was pinched, with small eyes hidden behind black sunglasses. Naruto turned to face the intruder. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. His vision slowly cleared and he squinted at the face. Then suddenly it came to him. "Second brother, what are you doing here?" Naruto blurted out, surprised at Nibi's sudden appearance and his human form. Kito and Kyuubi relaxed a little. If Naruto knew the man, he was all right. Naruto had told them about his last mission, but they had understood when he had said that he couldn't tell them everything. Good to be recognized, the two-tailed mole demon in human disguise broke into a wide grin. He turned and bowed to both Kyuubi and Kito. "I thank you for all you have done for my little brother, but if you will spare us a moment, we have something to talk about." Husband and wife looked at each other and then at Naruto. He nodded that it was all right and they took their leave, going inside to wait for him. "Second brother, it is good to see you, but why are you here?" Naruto questioned. He motioned for him to sit in one of the chairs that were there. They sat facing one another. "We each give out tests in our own ways," second brother began. Naruto was suddenly paying very close attention to what the being in front of him was saying. "One aspect of my abilities is to find what is hidden, And this is indeed an important part of everyone's life. For this reason I present to you my test. Find our first brother. When you have, you will receive my blessing. Find him? Naruto was shocked. But he could be anywhere. How am I even supposed to start? But Nibi only smiled and shook his head. Sorry, little brother, but that is for you to find out. I wish you luck. And with that, there was a swirl of purple chakra and the man disappeared. A lingering odor of wet earth remained for a moment before blowing away. Naruto slowly turned and wandered back inside the back room of the store where Kibu and Kito were waiting. Naruto, Kito said slowly. Who was that? Naruto shook himself out of his thoughts and smiled at the two of them. He's family, and that was all he had to say. Naruto removed his armor and loosened the clothing. He put the forearm protectors in the shin protectors and then placed them both into the torso armor to save space. He put them into a bag that fit easily into his backpack and there was still some extra room. They ate lunch together before Naruto had to go home and prepare for meeting with his team the next day. Kito gave him a hug and a new scroll for him to read when he got home. Kibu ruffled his hair again and made him promise to stop by on days when he didn't have missions. He also made him promise to come by once a week for dinner no matter what. Naruto agreed wholeheartedly before he set off home. His thoughts reverted to what Nibi had told him his task was. How was he supposed to find Ichibi, his first brother? Naruto's thoughts were interrupted when he heard the shout of a boy as he turned a corner. Just a little way down the path, a little boy with a long scarf was being held up by a teenager dressed in black with odd face paint and a wrapped-up parcel on his back. Behind him there was another teenager, a girl dressed in pink with a large folded fan strapped to her back. Let him go, Naruto said. Or something bad may happen to you. He noted that they were wearing forehead protectors with a different design from his own. They had the hourglass mark of hidden sand. Huh, this kid ran into me, said the one in black holding up the boy. It hurt. He started to pull back a fist to punch the boy with the abnormally long scarf. Naruto jumped into action performing hand seals. A clone formed behind his back and with a Kurimi no Jutsu, body switch technique, switched the places of the boy and the clone. Before the boy with a painted face could react, the clone had grabbed his wrist and was flipping backwards. A metal-toed sneaker came into hard contact with his chin and sent him flying back as the clone disappeared. I did warn you, Naruto said, smiling a bit as the boy picked himself out of some trash. The girl had gotten into a defensive position expecting the fight to continue, her hands on the massive fan ready to swing it into position. The boy in black stood and brought the wrapped bundle from behind him. Glaring at Naruto, he grabbed the bandages and started to unwrap it when he was stopped by a voice. Kenkaro. The voice came from a tree. Naruto looked to see another boy standing upside down on a branch. He was dressed in black with a sash across his front and a large gourd on his back. Under short-cropped hair there were black-rimmed eyes and a tattoo over his left eye. Stop that, you're an embarrassment. Gaara, the ninja in black, stuttered. All the fight had gone out of him, and he was shaking a little as he put the wrap thing back on his back. This new boy seemed to scare him and the other girl. Naruto wondered what was up and activated his demon eyes to level 1 only. He had mastered it to a level where it looked like his normal eyes. It wasn't me, that kid started it, he said, pointing at Naruto. Shut up, Gaara said as he jumped down from the branch, falling easily onto the ground between the two foreign ninja. Or I will kill you. What Naruto saw with his aura vision told him some interesting information. The boy in black and the girl were not just scared, they were terrified. He looked at the boy next and was startled at what he saw. The boy was deeply troubled. The shimmer of madness flowed around him, but it looked like he wasn't beyond hope yet. The other thing that he saw really put him on edge. His aura had demon qualities to it, like those of the other great demons that he had seen at the meeting. You, Naruto pointed to the red-haired boy that scared the other two so much. Who are you and why are you here in Konoha? Gaara of the desert, he said. His voice was neutral, his arms crossed in front of him as he looked at Naruto. We're here for the Chunin exam. Naruto nodded. He knew what the Chunin exam was. Kito had explained it to him before. It was the series of tests that were used to determine who could graduate from Genin to Chunin, the next step up in the ninja hierarchy. It was available to ninja of all nations, so in all likelihood there were going to be a lot of foreign ninja coming into Konoha. I expect I'll see you there, he said, smiling as the red-haired boy turned and walked away. Naruto had no idea what Kakashi's plans were for the Chunin exam, but he was going to be sure to bring it up next time he saw him. Naruto released the demon eyes, but still watched them until they had rounded the next corner. He looked down at the boy he had saved and saw he wasn't afraid anymore. In fact, he had the bright eyes of admiration for the blonde ninja. That made Naruto a little uncomfortable. Wow, the youth suddenly yelled, causing Naruto to jump back. That was so awesome. He was so big and scary and you were so awesome. I'm Kanoru, he spoke very quickly and loudly, continuing on. For every step back Naruto took, the boy took a step forward, keeping them at the same distance. Naruto was greatly relieved from the boy's ranting when Sasuke took that moment to come and inadvertently rescue him. Naruto, he said from a high branch on a tree. Kakashi wanted us all to meet at the training grounds. Come on. He continued on to the training area, leaving Naruto to catch up. Naruto didn't waste a moment. Immediately blurring, he disappeared and left the Hokage's grandson with a new idol. He caught up with Sasuke and they continued on together. They arrived to find Sakura already there. As usual, Kakashi had not arrived yet, so they waited. Sasuke brooded and Sakura fawned over him. Naruto sat down to meditate. Kyuubi had been acting weird since the Nibi had talked with him. In his mind, Naruto stepped out of the shadows and formed a comfortable chair for him to sit in. Kyuubi, what is going on? Naruto questioned. Kyuubi rumbled to himself. Second brother knows something. He seemed to be talking to himself. Why he waited till now to give you this task? Kyuubi continued to mumble too low for Naruto to hear. Naruto sighed and snapped his fingers, sending a mental command to the area on the other side of the seal. The reaction took a moment, but the effects were explosive from there. It had taken Kyuubi a moment to realize, but he was no longer the great demon fox, lord of volcanoes, strongest of all the great demons. Instead he was Kyuubi, great stuffed fox, lord of the girls' room, and cutest of all the plushies. The look on his face was one of abject terror and he screamed in horror at the change in his environment. He was no longer in a great barren lava field. Instead he was in a girl's room, a pink girl's room, surrounded by all manner of things cute. The change only lasted a few seconds, but it left the great demon trembling even after his normal environment had been restored. Naruto, on the other hand, was laughing so hard he was almost falling out of his chair. He had wanted to do that for ages, ever since he could change the look of things beyond the seal. He had just meant to get Kyuubi's attention, but the reaction he got was much better. Never, Kyuubi growled once he had gotten his composure back. Do that again. Kyuubi preened for a moment, smoothing down his ruffled fur. That alone almost got Naruto to break into new bouts of laughter, but he held back. Kyuubi was speaking again. My second brother, Nibi, may not be our strongest, but he is one of our smartest. He gave you that task earlier today for a reason. My guess is that Ichibi is somewhere in this pitiful village. Naruto was thinking about what Kyuubi said when he felt someone shaking his shoulder in the real world. We'll talk about this later, Naruto said before fading away and returning to the real world. Alright, Kakashi started when he saw Naruto had woken up. Sorry it took me so long, I was picking these up. He reached into a pocket and took out 3 pieces of paper. These are your nominations for the Chunin exam. This made Naruto break into a wide grin and even Sasuke smirked a bit. Naruto looked over and saw Sakura look torn. Don't worry Sakura, he said, giving her a friendly smile. We can take anything they throw at us, but we'll be stronger and have a better chance if we go into this together as a team. And besides, we've all gotten tons better, all of us. She smiled at him and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Kakashi smiled at them. They had become a lot closer as a team. He reached into a pocket and took out a pen. He held it out for them. Sasuke took it and signed his name, Naruto second, and Sakura after that. He then took them back and put them into a pocket before giving them his final instructions. The exam starts in 2 days. Train today, rest tomorrow, and be ready for anything in the exam. Remember, you are a team. And with that, He disappeared, glad that he didn't have to worry about all three of them signing up together. Yeah. Naruto punched the air. There will be tough opponents. I can't wait. I'll see you guys in 2 days. Naruto started running, heading to his home. Sasuke started to work out at the training fields, and Sakura was running up and down trees to work on her speed and stamina. When Naruto got back to his apartment, he sat down in the middle of the room and sunk into a deep meditation. When he stepped out of the shadows of his mind this time, he formed a dojo-like setting on his side. All right, Kyuubi said, ready to train in jutsu and control. I was just looking back a little bit on that boy with the strange aura. I'm almost sure of it now. He was getting that aura from my first brother. The demon settled down on the other side of the seal. But that is not important right now. He will be at the test, confront him there. Right now we're working on control, and you're going to get a few more jutsu from me. All right, sensei, Naruto bowed to his demon teacher. Let's begin. And so they started. Naruto started with control. Coming out of his trance, he performed his flow exercises, going through every stance of the element styles. While he did that, Kyuubi lectured him about the new attacks he was giving him. The first attack was a non-lethal disabling attack that went under the dubious name of Ararujibakuden, Allergy Bomb. A close-range attack, it required that Naruto form a specific toxin in his body that would induce an allergic reaction in the target. The reactions varied, but they were each disabling in their own way: sneezing, watering eyes, constricted breathing, or a terrible itching rash. Few would be able to fight for long after getting a face full of the gas. Through practice, Naruto would be able to exhale the toxin as a gas, or administer it through physical contact, as well as be immune to it should it be used on him or if it goes wrong. The next attack was called the Kitsune Otekeb, Fox Roar. The technique amplified the user's voice greatly as they roared out. It had several uses. It could activate what Kyuubi called a flee reaction. It imposed the feeling of terror on anyone it was directed at and could cause them to panic and run away. If Naruto was in trouble, it could be used to call for help in the form of any foxes that heard it. They may come to investigate anyway if he ever used it. The last was a fire attack, called High Note Inju, Fire Ribbons. It allowed him to cast whips of fire from his hands at a distance of up to 20 feet. It took a burst of chakra to ignite them, but very little to keep them lit. Naruto had never trained with whips, so he would not be very good with them without practice, but it might be a good trick to surprise an opponent with. For the rest of the night, Naruto rehearsed the hand seals for each of the moves, though he didn't actually ever cast them. Naruto went to bed mentally exhausted. The next day he would train the physical aspect of the moves out in the forest. In the morning, Naruto left for the forest early. He went to his usual clearing only to find that it was being used. He recognized the three individuals as people from his class: Kiba, Shino, and Hinata. Kiba's dog, Akamaru, sitting on the boy's head, looked around sniffing before looking up and seeing Naruto and barking. The three genin turned, but only Kiba looked up at the tree where Naruto was. "Hey!" Kiba yelled, sounding affronted. "You were spying on us?" Naruto jumped down from the tree, shaking his head. "No, no," Naruto assured him. "I just came here to practice for the Chunin exam tomorrow." He jumped towards them. Underestimating the power he needed, he flew through the air, landing an inch in front of Kiba. He reacted quickly and acted like he had meant to. "What are you doing here?" His dog took the opportunity to take a whiff of Naruto's scent and gauge his power. Kiba was startled by how easily Naruto had jumped through the air at him, and he stepped back. But he rallied himself and faced Naruto. "We've been training here for the Chunin exam for a week," Kiba said. "Where have you been anyway?" Naruto just grinned at the question. "I've had a mission for a while, just got back a few days ago and I've been busy with stuff." He squeezed one gloved hand into a slow fist before releasing, the material stretching over his hand. Hinata was watching Naruto. He had chosen to leave the sleeves at home that day because it was hot, and she could see his toned arms and couldn't help but blush a bit. Shino noticed her reaction but didn't say anything. "Well," Naruto continued, "I guess I should find a new place to train." Naruto turned and prepared to jump back into the trees, but Kiba stopped him. "Hey!" Kiba was stretching his arms a bit. "How about a friendly spar?" Kiba was not expecting Naruto's reaction, laughed. No, Naruto laughed a little. I don't want to hurt you before the exam tomorrow. Kiba was about to retort but wasn't fast enough. Naruto was already jumping through the trees, quickly making his way to another spot. Gah! Kiba made a fist and shook it after Naruto. I could have taken him. He wouldn't stand a chance, isn't that right, Akamaru? Kiba was sure that his dog partner would agree with him, but he was disappointed. Akamaru whined and buried his nose in the boy's hair. Kiba frowned and looked back in the direction that Naruto disappeared. Is something wrong, Kiba? Hinata asked. Her stutter wasn't so bad when she was around people she knew. Akamaru can sense someone's strength by their smell. They knew he had been working on that skill, so Hinata and Shino nodded. Well, he's saying that Naruto has gotten a lot stronger, and there is something odd about his chakra. If Naruto has improved enough to frighten Akamaru, think about how much Sasuke has improved. It looks like this isn't going to be as easy as we thought. This info had no effect on Shino, but Hinata started to worry. Hinata looked where Naruto had gone and wondered if this is what her father had meant. Did he know about Naruto's growth? How far had he truly come since they all became genin? More questions than answers seemed to be the norm when it came to Naruto. But she had to admit that he was very cute, and his smile made her heart flutter. In Hinata's mind, the questions were becoming less and less important than the boy they concerned. Kiba fumed and ranted for a while about how rude Naruto had been, but he stopped when he realized that no one was listening. Even his dog had started to take a nap in the shade. Eventually, they got back to their original reason for being out there and started training, but thoughts of the blonde still surfaced in the mind of the pale-eyed girl.